In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adịnọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịlụfụta nwụrụ ya ịmara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ ndụ na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na anyị adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma. Ndị be anyị onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you. Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage,
Good morning and welcome to this program. My name is Reverend Father Ambrose Ofodele, the Priest Director, Radio Maria Nigeria, Enugu. And today we are going to be discussing about the dignity of the human labor. And our text will come from Matthew chapter 13, verse 55. After listening to Jesus, the Pharisees and those who were close to Jesus they tried to denigrate the personality of Jesus. They said, "Is this not the carpenter's son? Do we not know his father? From where did he get all this knowledge?" They were trying to demean the occupation of the father, the foster father of Jesus, who is Joseph. And Joseph is known as the foster father of Jesus Christ. And we recall that in 1955, Pope Pius XII instituted the Workers' Day, May 1st, to reflect on the dignity of human labor, using St. Joseph as an example, a paradigm for honest work. And when we look at the text before us, Matthew chapter 13 verse 55, we see a certain denigration of the occupation of Joseph, the carpenter. They wanted Jesus to be angry that they were trying to denigrate his father's occupation. And in our society today, where people, especially young people, most times will not want to identify with the occupation of their parents. They see some of the occupations as demeaning for their parents, and it leads them to a kind of living the different kinds of lies, trying to push the narrative or trying to change the nature of the occupation of their parents. Jesus was proud of his father's work, his earthly father, his foster father, Joseph. He will always go to the shop to support him. He will always go to the shop to assist him, to learn the occupation of his father. And it also falls in line with many apprenticeship works we have today, where people identify with the occupation of their parents. But today, in some places, you see individuals who will not want to identify with the occupation of their parents. But Jesus was firm about it. And let us look at the personality of Joseph, an unassuming man. The Bible wrote that he was the foster father of Jesus. And there are 3 points we need to note about Joseph as we are celebrating the dignity of human labor. In the first place, Joseph was a man of silence. Nowhere in the Bible did we hear that Joseph, the foster father of Jesus, made any statement, said anything. Right from the infancy narrative to even the death of Jesus, we see instances where the angel will always meet him in a dream and give him an instruction, and he will follow. Immediately upon waking up, he will go about the business the angel had sent him. And we see this also in places where upon realizing that Mary was pregnant, he wanted to take her home secretly, against the Jewish punishment of stoning a woman who had become pregnant without the husband. And so Joseph, being a man of silence, and there is something about silence. Silence is so powerful that each time you recollect, you have an abundance of knowledge and wisdom. And that's the person of Joseph. If you are silent, you will hear God. Joseph heard God several times because he was a silent man. But he was not silent from the negative point of view. Because today we have people who are silent, yet they are very dangerous. The Igbos will talk about obarankete, okujuru n'ọnụ, people who are deadly, and yet they confess to be silent. But in the case of Joseph, his silence was loud, in the sense that in his silence he obeyed God. In his silence he was listening to God. In his silence he was doing everything possible to please God. And that's the power of silence. In our world today, in a noisy world, a noisy society, where everyone wants to be heard, there is need for us to imitate Joseph, who never made a statement, yet he lived according to the will of God, yet he obeyed God, yet he carried out the instructions of God. Even when he was told to carry Jesus and the mother and run to Egypt, he did so in silence. He was not making so much noise. He was not a vulgar person. He was not a noisy type. He was always listening. So when you are silent, when you are meditating, because this calls for meditation. In the seminary, for instance, where we study, especially in Bigad, you see that after supper, the students are allowed to observe what we call magna silencia, great silence, from the end of supper till after breakfast the following morning. You are expected to always meditate, to be silent. And that's the virtue you learn as a priest, so that when you become a priest, then you learn the power of silence, because it is in silence that you learn about God, that you discuss about God, that God opens himself to you and you open yourself to God too. So silence is very important. It's a virtue we can learn from St. Joseph. The second one is the dignity of human labor. That's the topic of today. In our world today, where people want to be seen as very special, there are certain occupations that people would not want to identify with. For instance, if you are an automobile engineer, sometimes your children may not actually want to identify with you because they are known as maybe apparently dirty people, in the sense that they are always wearing clothes that are oily and all of that, but we must understand that in respecting the labor, any good labor that you are doing in order to earn what you are eating, in order to earn money, is also salutary. And that's why Jesus did not shy away, was not ashamed of the occupation of his father. He saw in it an opportunity to express his humanity, so he assisted his father. So we could say that Jesus was a carpenter, in the sense that he was always assisting his father. He was always in the shop of his father. In our today's world, many young people are ashamed of identifying with the occupation of their parents. It shouldn't be so. We should be proud of those occupations from which our parents, eke out a living and support us. So we should even support them. If your parents are traders, sometimes you go to the shop and assist them in selling and buying. These are also instances of respect for the dignity of human labor. And on the part of the government, it's also expected that they actually support those who are working for them. To work is not to slave, because today's world, you see, people are paid peanuts. People are denigrated because of the occupation they are doing. So there is dignity in that human labor. Do not shy away from that good and honest means from which you get your money. So always respect people, respect their occupations, and do not denigrate them. Do not speak down. Do not talk down on them. Give them that opportunity to also be classified as, no matter what you are doing, whether you are a gate man or whether you are anything, you are a car washer, don't be ashamed of your occupation, in as much as it is fetching money for you. And we shouldn't talk down on people because of the nature of their occupation, because some of these people who take up these jobs do not do them because they love it sometimes. But again, it is very important that you love your occupation, you love your work. You do not also participate in the denigration of your own occupation. See it as an opportunity for you to serve God. Every honest way you are earning money should be an opportunity for you to serve God, should be an opportunity for you to preach the gospel, to be honest, to always, be faithful in what you are doing. So that's the second part, the dignity of human labor. Every labor you are doing, every good labor you are doing to earn money, he will help you. Don't mind those who will say, the Igbos say, sometimes these things do not take into consideration some of the negative and bad ways people engage in order to get their own money. So whatever good thing you are doing to earn your money, you should be able to embrace it and love it. The other one is the dignity of the human person. Still in the personality of St. Joseph, you see that when Joseph realized that Mary was pregnant, Joseph did not bring her out to be stoned as was customary among the Jews. What did he do? He spared her that embarrassment. He wanted to spare her that embarrassment by taking her home quietly. But the angel intervened, still talking about the silence of St. Joseph. While he was sleeping, the angel, he was told in the dream that he should take Mary as his wife, that what she has is of the Holy Spirit. And of course, Joseph obeyed. Because when you are working with God and you are listening to him and he's speaking to you, you will always obey him. So Joseph obeyed and took Mary as his wife. Joseph did not bring shame to Mary. Because we are living in a society also where people would want to always show that others did not get it and they are the right ones. People try to, bring shame on people. You want to talk down on people. You want to pull people down. When they have made their mistakes, you want to show others that these people have made mistakes and you want to pull them down. It shouldn't be. Look at the personality of Joseph. Even though he should be pained that the woman he wanted to marry was already pregnant, what did he do? He still respected the dignity of this human person. And so when we talk about dignity of the human person, we talk about how we relate with other people, how we relate with our house helps, how we relate with our wives and husbands, with our subordinates and our superiors. How do we relate with them? How do we make sure that what we are doing, that we are respecting the person who is working for us or the person who is our colleague? How do we respect them? So it falls in line with the dignity of the human person. So no person, in as much as each person is created in the image of God, we should always respect that image of God in that person. We should not, make people to feel bad because they are of a particular origin. For instance, today in Nigeria, we are divided along the lines of ethnicity, along the lines of religion, and so many other bad things happening in our country. And it also calls for a sober reflection that we may also look back and consider the nature of the human person and respect them. It also goes to say that we are also the people of the society. Wherever you find yourself, in the market, in the school, in the offices, you should also respect the people you find there, because you don't know who is who. And apart from that, it is Christian, it is godly to appreciate and to respect those who are around you, to appreciate those who are in the world with you. So you should also find time to respect them. And also in this line of respect for the dignity of the human person, we talk about also the Catholic understanding of respect for life. You don't involve yourself in the shedding of blood in any way, in terms of cultism, in terms of abortion, in terms of all kinds of killings, maimings, kidnappings. These are signs, these are avenues where people denigrate the nature of the human person. When we look at the book of Genesis chapter 2 verse 15, we look at what God has placed man in the garden to do. He placed him in the garden to work. And some people will say that after creation, God gave man the opportunity to participate in co-creation. And that's why we have so many inventions we have today in the society, where we have the production of a lot of things. Man has put in his ingenuity, his creativity, in order to advance the cause of creation. And that's why we are encouraging each and every one of us to go into labor, to go into work, to participate in recreating the face of the earth. Since God has given us the mandate to conquer and till the earth, to conquer creation, we as human beings must do well in order to respect this injunction, this biblical injunction of God telling us to conquer the earth. And how will we conquer it? By involving ourselves in honest labor. The Catholic social teaching will always talk about that the human person is the measure of the dignity of work. So when we talk about the dignity of work, the dignity of human labor, we look at the individual who is at the center of that labor. And we look at the remunerations of the people who are working for us. So it becomes then an opportunity for leaders to actually look at what they are doing in order to give honest wages and salaries to those who are working for them. And it's also an opportunity for us to evaluate how we also apply ourselves in the work we are doing. Are we doing it honestly? Are we doing it with accountability in mind? Are we doing it also to advance the cause of humanity? Or are we doing it as we want, without consideration that once you are participating in any honest work, you are participating in creation? And to Nigerians, this is an opportunity for us to wake up from our slumber, to get up and do something. Each individual is called to action, to look at our lives and to fashion ways where we can participate in this honest labor. It's an opportunity also for us to encourage one another. The country is hard, people are suffering. Whatever work you have, try and apply it and do it well to the glory of God. And as we do this, may God continue to help us in this country and help us to do God's will. And may Almighty God bless you. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. My name is Reverend Father Ambrose of Odele. God bless you.
Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
call Aneke TV today.
Aneke
TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to the news update on Aneke TV. I am Inecnigeria and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. Nigeria assumes chairmanship of African Union Peace and Security Council. Tinubu declares national emergency on insecurity and poverty. Federal government approves establishment of National Aircraft Leasing Company. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu will depart Abuja today on a 3-national diplomatic trip covering France, Kenya and Rwanda. The visit begins in France with a series of official engagements aimed at strengthening bilateral relationships and advancing cooperation on key global issues. In Nairobi, the president is scheduled to participate in the Africa-France Summit holding on May 11th and 12th. The summit, co-chaired by Emmanuel Macron and William Ruto, will focus on energy transition, digital transformation, and climate action across the continent. President Tinubu will proceed to Kigali to attend the African CEO Forum from May 14th to 15th. The forum brings together top business leaders and policymakers to promote investment and economic growth in Africa. According to the presidential spokesperson, Bayo Onanuga, the trip underscores Nigeria's commitment to strengthening strategic partnerships and enhancing its roles in shaping Africa's global economic outlook. Nigeria has assumed the chairmanship of the African Union Peace and Security Council for May 2026, marking its first leadership of the body since late 2022. The development was confirmed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a long-standing member since the Council's establishment in 2004. Nigeria is expected to leverage its experience to guide deliberations on pressing continental security concerns. Key areas of focus for the month include the Lake Chad Basin and Sahel region, with discussions addressing the impact of climate change on security challenges and the adoption of a new 5-year counter-terrorism strategy. Nigeria will also prioritize maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea, pushing for the operationalization of a joint task force to combat piracy and strengthen regional stability. President Bola Tinubu has declared insecurity and poverty as major threats to Nigeria's economic stability and workforce productivity. The declaration was made during the 2026 Workers' Day celebration at Eagle Square in Abuja. The represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, the President said the decent worker gender cannot thrive amid insecurity and economic hardship. He outlined measures by the federal government, including the development of 45,000 community protection guards and expansion of cash transfers to 15 million vulnerable households. The president also highlighted infrastructure projects such as the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, job creation initiatives, and the resumptions of gratuity payments and pension arrears clearance, while urging stronger collaboration with labor unions. The International Human Rights Observatory has condemned the alleged extrajudicial killing of Mene Ogidi in Delta State, describing the incident as a grave violation of human rights. Country Director of the organization, Chimbo Obieze, made the position known while addressing journalists in Enugu, expressing concern over reported misconduct by security personnel. The group, however, commended the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, for initiating a prompt investigation into the incident. He called for a transparent probe and sustained reforms within the Nigeria police to prevent future occurrences, while pledging support for the victim's family in pursuit of justice. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has updated its official portal to recognize Hakeem Baba Ahmed as national chairman of the People's Redemption Party, PRP. The update follows protest by party members over the earlier omission of newly elected officials, despite a convention held in Abuja on March 28 under the Commission's observation. Other members of the National Working Committee listed include National Secretary Kanu Uchenna and National Treasurer Bayawo Abdullahi. The Commission's action resolves concerns raised by party stakeholders, affirming the legitimacy of the current leadership structure. Governor Umar Namadi of Jigawa State has identified insecurity and poverty as major threats to workers' welfare and productivity in Nigeria. He made the remarks during the 2026 Workers' Day celebration in Dushe, the state capital. The governor said the challenges undermine professional dignity and hinder the attainment of decent work conditions across the country. He highlighted his administration's 12-point development agenda, focusing on agriculture, healthcare, and education as key drivers of economic stability. Governor Namadi reaffirmed his commitment to collaboration with the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, to ensure transparency and improved welfare for civil servants in the state. Labour leaders in Delta State have criticized Governor Sheriff Oborevuori over delays in appointing substantive permanent secretaries. Speaking at the 2026 Workers' Day rally in Asaba, the state capital, NLC chairman Goodluck Fobruku and TUC leader Wilson Asekutu said the reliance on acting officials undermines merit and institutional stability. The unions also raised concerns over poor economic conditions, particularly the hardship faced by retirees under the contributory pension scheme. Deputy Governor Monday Onyeme assured workers of the government's commitment to welfare, while Labour leaders called for urgent reforms in wages, transport, and career progression. The Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, in Bauchi State has called on the government to settle outstanding gratuities and improve worker welfare. The state chairman of the NLC, Comrade Dauda Shoaibu, said retirees deserve timely benefits after years of service, urging action to address delays. He also advocated the allocation of housing units under the Civil Servants Housing Scheme and the restoration of loan facilities for workers. Responding, Deputy Governor Mohammed Awal Jatwar said the state will clear gratuities before the end of the administration and reaffirmed commitment to wage implementation and employment initiatives. Governor Doye Diri has announced new measures to enhance workers' welfare in Bayelsa State. At the 2026 Workers' Day celebration in Yenagoa, the governor approved the allocation of 108,000 units to civil servants at the Okaka estate. He also directed the clearance of promotion arrears and implementation of annual step increment also across the civil service. The governor further announced plans to expand the state transport system and integrate fire service personnel into the approved minimum wage structure, drawing commendation from labor unions. The Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, in Abia State has called for a review of the minimum wage in response to rising inflation. The state chairman of the NLC, Comrade Okoro Owonaya, said the current wages have been eroded by high fuel and food prices, affecting workers' living standards. He urged the government to adjust salaries to reflect prevailing economic realities and safeguard workers' welfare. Responding, Governor Alex Oti, represented by his deputy Ikechukwu Emetu, assured that labor concerns will be reviewed while maintaining industrial harmony. Away from labor matters, residents of Ugahoche community in Owerri North local government area of Imo State have protested the alleged accusation of about 200 hectares of ancestral land. The protesters, who marched along the Sam Mbakwe International Cargo Airport Road, accused the government of demolishing farmland without prior consultation or agreement. They warned that the action could threaten livelihoods and increase poverty within the community. However, the Imo State government, through Commissioner for Lands and Survey, Eyinna Onwebu, denied the allegations, stating that the land was previously acquired for public use and urging dialogue to resolve the dispute. This is the news update coming to you live on Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Nigeria assumes chairmanship of African Union Peace and Security Council. President Tinubu declares national emergency and insecurity and poverty. Coming up shortly, federal government approves national aircraft leasing company.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has warned that the ongoing Middle East crisis is having far-reaching global consequences as the conflict enters its third month. He said the humanitarian and geopolitical impact now extends beyond the region. In a statement issued Friday, the UN chief stressed that the situation poses a serious threat to international stability, with growing concerns over civilian casualties and displacement. Guterres called on all parties involved in the conflict to exercise maximum restraint and avoid actions that could further escalate tensions. He emphasized that while ceasefire efforts are ongoing, only a comprehensive and lasting political solution can address the root causes of the crisis and ensure long-term peace. A United States federal jury in Miami has found former Congressman David Rivera guilty of illegally lobbying on behalf of the Venezuelan government. Prosecutors said Rivera received about $20 million from a subsidiary of Venezuela's state oil company in 2017 to influence U.S. officials without registering as a foreign agent. During the 6-week trial, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio testified that Rivera failed to disclose the contracts during discussions on Venezuela policy. Rivera's defense argued he was working to support opposition efforts against President Nicolas Maduro, but the jury rejected the claim. Sentencing is scheduled for July 22nd. China's ambassador to the United Nations, freekick, has called for the urgent preservation of the ceasefire in the Iran conflict, warning of its importance to global stability. Speaking as China assumes the presidency of the United Nations Security Council, he expressed concern over statements suggesting the ceasefire may be temporarily. Freekick urged Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to shipping and called on the United States to end its naval blockade in the area. He also dismissed allegations of military cooperation between China and Iran, while confirming that Foreign Minister Wang Yi will chair a Security Council session on May 26th. The federal government has approved the establishment of a national aircraft leasing company to support domestic airlines. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development Festus Keyamo said the initiative will operate as a private sector-driven special purpose vehicle with government backing. The project is designed to improve access to modern aircraft and reduce the challenges Nigerian carriers face in negotiating leases individually. Government participation through the Ministry of Finance Incorporated will provide guarantees and equity, with the aim of boosting investor confidence and strengthening regional aviation capacity. Aviation workers have raised concerns over worsening economic conditions affecting personnel across the sector. President of the Air Transport Services Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Owe John, said workers are struggling with rising living costs and declining purchasing power. The union called for improved wages, an end to casual employment practices, and the release of outstanding entitlements owed to former Nigeria Airways staff. The Association of Nigerian Aviation Professionals also highlighted challenges, including fuel scarcity and policy concerns, urging broader reforms to stabilize the industry. Nigeria's national football team, the Super Eagles, will be without striker Salim Fagolawal for the upcoming Unity Cup due to injury. The 23-year-old forward, who plays for Victoria Pleasant, sustained the injury during a club match in March and has not fully recovered. Officials confirmed he will miss the tournament and remain sidelined for the rest of the season. Nigeria is scheduled to face Zimbabwe in the semi-final on May 26, with the technical crew expected to adjust the squad in his absence. Street artist Habib Badmus has lost his celebrity boxing title after a defeat to comedian Kata Efe in Lagos. The bout, held at Balomora Hall, Federal Palace Hotel, ended in a unanimous decision, with all three judges scoring the fight in favor of Kata Efe. Portable had previously secured victories against Charles Okocha and Speed Darlington to claim 2 belts before this contest. Kata Efe dominated the 3-round fight with controlled punches and effective counters, securing a decisive win. A federal high court in Ikoyi has adjourned proceedings in a case involving Nollywood actress Doris Ogala. The actress failed to appear for rearrangement on charges including cyberbullying and attempted extortion involving cleric Chris Okafor. Presiding Judge Akintayo Aluko declined a request for a bench warrant but ordered the defendants to present a verified medical report. The court directed her to appear for rearrangement on June 9, 2026, as the matter continues. And finally, before we go, here is a quick recap of our top stories. Nigeria has assumed the chairmanship of the African Union Peace and Security Council for the month of May 2026. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs confirmed the development, noting that the country will draw on its long-standing experience within the Council to guard deliberations on pressing continental security issues. President Bola Tinubu has declared insecurity and poverty as critical threats to Nigeria's economic stability and labor productivity. The president made the declaration during the 2026 Workers' Day commemoration in Abuja, where he was represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume. In the aviation sector, the federal government of Nigeria has approved the establishment of a national aircraft leasing company aimed at improving access to modern aircraft for domestic airlines. The initiative was announced by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Festus Keyamo. The special purpose vehicle will operate with private sector participation, supported by government guarantees through the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. And that's the news. For more news and live updates, follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube or at Aneke TV. I am Onyinyechi Ugu. Thank you for watching.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery, even when physical allocations are significant. The absence of institutional trust limits their developmental impact. At the level of everyday experience, this distrust translates into a behavioral adaptation. Citizens increasingly bypass formal systems in favor of informal alternatives. Public services are often supplemented or replaced by private solutions, while access to bureaucratic processes is frequently accelerated through personal networks or unofficial payments. This reflects a gradual informal substitution of the state, where formal governance structures remain present but are no longer fully trusted as the primary mechanism for solving public needs. The drivers of these trust erosion are structural rather than incidental. A major factor is the widespread perception of inequality before the law, where accountability is seen as selective and dependent on status or influence. Another is persistent service delivery failure, particularly in electricity, healthcare, transportation, and education, where repeated reforms have not consistently translated into reliable outcomes. A third is weak enforcement credibility, where misconduct is not always met with consistent or visible consequences, reinforcing public cynicism and normalizing institutional avoidance. Philosophically, this situation represents a weakening of the social contract between citizens and the state. In theory, citizens surrender compliance and taxation in exchange for fairness, protection, and predictable governance. However, when institutional performance becomes inconsistent, this contract shifts from a shared moral agreement to a transactional relationship. Law is no longer perceived as universally binding, but as selectively applied, and governance becomes something negotiated rather than accepted as legitimate authority. The cost of this trust deficit is multidimensional. Economically, it reduces efficiency in public investment and weakens long-term growth potential by increasing friction in both public and private transactions. Institutionally, it undermines meritocracy and contributes to perceptions of patronage in recruitment and promotion within public service systems. In terms of security, low trust reduces cooperation between citizens and security agencies, limiting intelligence flow and weakening preventive capacity. Socially, it fosters generational disagreement from formal institutions, encouraging reliance on informal systems as a default mode of survival. Ultimately, Nigeria's governance challenge is not defined solely by the absence of reform policies, but by the absence of credible and sustained institutional trust. Without this trust, even well-designed reforms struggle to achieve their intended impact because citizens do not fully believe in their implementation or continuity. Trust, therefore, operates as the underlying condition upon which all governance outcomes depend. The central conclusion is that Nigeria's development trajectory hinges not only on economic planning or institutional reform, but on the gradual reconstruction of public confidence in the state's ability to act fairly, consistently, and predictably. In practical terms, governance becomes effective only when it is believed to be legitimate, and development becomes sustainable only when citizens are willing to engage the state, not out of necessity, but out of trust.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Secondary school in Valley. minutes. More 3 minutes. A minute more.
Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
Call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Well, welcome to you and many thanks for joining us on the Week in Retrospect. What a way to spend the weekend. I'm still your host, Uche Osai.
And I'm your co-pilot, Good Hope Chukuma. It's a beautiful Saturday and we are here to walk you through the top stories that shaped the week.
All right, and we're shaping the week from politics to business. Yes, lifestyle, entertainment. If it made the headline, yes, we'll cover it.
Exactly, it's your weekend digest where we serve the biggest stories, expert insights, and a touch of analysis to keep you informed and ready for the new week.
Yes, we'll give you the perspective that matter, the voice that will linger in your head, bringing meaning to all news issues. Just stay with us.
So let's begin with today's top newspapers, The Punch, Vanguard, The Nation, and The Guardian. We have on the weekend Trust, APC consensus in crisis. APC consensus in crisis from the weekend Trust. Then we have on the Punch headline, where we have Oyo APC leaders endorse Ali Adelabu group kicks. Now on the Nation headline, we have Tinubu declares national emergencies on insecurity, food. Now on Saturday Vanguard, we have 2027 presidency Obi Kwankwaso versus Atiku. Makinde or Amechi pairing divides ADC members. Also insecurity, US to review aid to Nigeria. Now on the Guardian headline, we have schools demolition stings Lagos Project Zero. Out of school children, schools demolition stings Lagos Project Zero. Now we look at the Nation headline, which says Tinubu declares national emergencies on insecurity, food. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has declared national emergencies on insecurity and food supply, signaling urgent government intervention to tackle rising violence and growing concerns over hunger. The move suggests a coordinated high-level response involving security agencies and economic measures aimed at stabilizing the country, improving safety, boosting agricultural production, and ensuring food availability for citizens. Mr. President, yesterday, while he was addressing the, he was talking on the International Workers' Day, was commemorating the event, had to, put it side by side on the current issues that is happening in our nation, where we are handling, where there's insecurity and also there's food issue. I mean, emergency on food, and this is something that has really raised concern, which Mr. President had to, ensure from what he said that he is working on. And he said something that has really raised a lot of questions across the social media, that he has introduced a means of employment for 45,000 youths across the nation, where the youth will be the people who will be in charge of their own security in the villages or in the states and wherever they, we're still talking about this, and coming side by side with state police. Mr. President is seeing that there's a need for people to handle their own security, because if you see the news from Jos and Jos communities, there are many the insecurity problem that is coming now is majorly handled by the people, by the residents, before the police comes, or they raise alarm and they are the ones who give information. Mr. President said he is working on working towards this to get it done. Also, he said that when there is enough security and the people can go to their farm, there will be food, there will be the protection of lives and properties, which would mean that people can have free access to their farms. I mean, these are people's farms. These are people's ancestral homes, where they're planted, where they are harvesting, where they are carrying out their basic economic activities, which is helping the nation. This thing is one thing Mr. President said yesterday through his representative, and we are looking at it as something that is actually welcomed. Remember the other day, World Health, UNESCO, and even World Health Organizations and the co-operators around the world, people who handle world issues, they projected that by August that there will be 36 million Nigerians who will be in abject lack of food, and abject poverty. And this actually is what is happening. Mr. President coming front to make this known that he is working on it, strengthening the resolve that has been already developed. It is something that we are looking up to, and we are seeing how he is going to fix it.
So what actually is Mr. President saying? Has he ceded his power in this instant? What did he actually say in this instant that he has not said before? Well, is he ceding his power that he is failed in terms of security? What is he telling people? You talked about him ceding his power to the people, that people should take care of their security.
Basically,
so is he ceding the power that has been invested in him by the Nigerian Constitution as the commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
From Mr. President's point of view, I feel he is really trying to do two things.
No, not from Mr. President's point of view this time around. You are talking about Mr. President, speaking to yesterday, declaring national emergency on insecurity. What new did he say? And you did mention that he is telling people to take care of their security themselves. So I'm asking, is he ceding his constitutional right to leverage on the capacity of the Nigerian state to protect its citizens?
Basically, he is referring to youths, because the employment, he said, he's creating. This insecurity basically could be stirred, could be linked with unemployment and the rest of them. Now, he said
insecurity is linked with unemployment.
Yes.
And here he is ceding his constitutional duty to the Nigerian youths to protect themselves.
No, he said it is a medium of employment. That's what Mr. President said.
It can't be a medium of employment. It can't be a medium of employment.
That they need to see that it is their core duty to understand that this is something like the security part is what he's going to employ them to do and to safeguard their communities.
It's the same issue I'm talking about. They should understand. There's no understanding within security. You are understanding that people are unalived in Nigeria. Are they going to understand the fact that they are unable to provide employment which would ensure adequate employment? When people are engaged, they won't involve in nefarious activity. So what I'm trying to understand in this instant is that is Mr. President conceding ground on insecurity?
Maybe he's not, because he has already made statements that looks like we are going to win. And one major thing that we are looking at now is that apart from the statement, apart from where he made the statement to commemorate the International Workers' Day, you know, citing the importance of employed labor. That's from the place he's coming from. But regardless of whatever he has said, there's still the issue of insecurity in our state. That's actually what I'm...
You know, to put it in perspective, we can't view what he said, you know, regardlessly that there is insecurity. The buck stops on his table as Mr. President. And in this instance, if we are talking about insecurity undermining his ability to provide job and ensure food security for the people, then we are admitting to the fact that we are unable to live up to our constitutionally granted responsibility as a leader of the people. And one of the oaths we took is to ensure that life and property is secure in Nigeria. And when you throw it back on the people and letting people to, you know, begin to take care of their own security, it means that, one, we've agreed to letting the people down in this regard. And when it comes to security, you know, it stems from the Mr. President himself as the CNC of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And in this instance, what I expected to hear are solutions, solution-driven policies, solution-driven ideas on how we are going to stem insecurity in Nigeria, how to reassure the Nigerian workers that beyond rhetorics, that there are derivatives, you know, upon which the Nigerian worker can go home and see that his wages are such that are not consumed by transportation, that his wages are such that even if they take him beyond, you know, the junction of where he's employed, that he can walk into the market and is able to afford staple food. That's the basics, and that's what the Nigerian workers would want to hear. Yes. And when you talk about providing jobs for the teeming youth of this nation, we will look at data. And looking at data is telling us that over the time, you've been able to provide so and so number of jobs. Going beyond that, that this is what you are planning to do to ensure that people are adequately engaged so that an idle hand will not become the devil's workshop in this instance. But be that as it may, we are talking about declaring a national emergency on insecurity. And I ask, how many times do we declare these emergencies on insecurity? While in Plateau, he did declare a national emergency on insecurity. While there was killings in Katsina, in Zafara, and Kwara, there was declaration on emergencies on insecurity. And the point I'm trying to make is that it's high time we detour from, you know, rhetorics and begin to see, you know, visible means and visible, you know, undertaking of this situation. The results will be palpable, that you need not tell people, you need not preach to people what you are, you know, doing about it. People will feel it, especially when it comes to insecurity. When people know that they can return to their villages, when you begin to move people in IDP camp back to their villages, you need not, you know, reassure the labor force of what you are doing, you know, to create job. So, listening to Mr. President, I was thinking that we will see where Mr. President will tell us, you know, give us numbers, because you are dealing with the Nigerian labor force, men, women who has with their bare hands, you know, their sweat, you know, stabilized and held this economy over time. We're bearing the brunt of the failures of the Nigerian state. And yes, in as much as we want to reassure them, you are reassure them with practicable facts. Yes, visible facts that you met the Nigerian economy on so and so, you know, curve, and now you've been able to bring inflation from the 15%, and then you're able to project that in 2 months' time that we could bring it further down by 9%. These are the numbers that we want to hear. You want to tell the Nigerian laborers that to ensure security, that there is a means to take away the security of the stomach by ensuring that their wages are reviewed upwards. When we are speaking about reviewing the salary of, you know, government employees, elected leaders, who should be, you know, not wait for the granted period of time where we can engage with labor and see how we increase, you know, their wages. Now we begin to talk about, you know, other issues to accommodate the sufferings of the Nigerian laborers who are being impacted by the crisis in the Gulf, who are being affected on the home front, who have to buy fuel from out of pocket because subsidy is gone, who have to buy food staples at a higher cost because those who are selling staple foods have to be a higher transportation cost to be able to get those staple foods on their tables in the market. So a lot was desired and people wanted to hear practicable terms on how we would ensure that the Nigerian workers are better equipped moving forward, that they do not continue to bear the brunt or the failure of Nigerian state. And we would see always, like we say, action beyond rhetorics.
All right, we have on the Vanguard headline, 2027 presidency, ADC members divided over Obi, Kwankwaso or Atiku Makinde Amechi pairing. Now, this is news about the members of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, are split over possible alliances ahead of the 2027 presidential election. One faction is pushing for a ticket involving Peterobi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, while another supports a broader coalition featuring Atiku Abubakar, Sheyi Made and Rotimi Amechi. The disagreement highlights internal divisions within the party over strategy, alliances, and the best path to challenge for power in 2027. This is from the news yesterday that ADC's Supreme Court ruling has favored David Mark-led National Working Committee. Today we're having that in the same ADC. It looks like after the ruling that there could be some division which has which could affect or which would affect the candidacy of the presidential, the presidential candidate for next year's election, citing that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar may be in the same role as former Minister of Transportation, that's Rotimi Amechi, and also Sheyi Makinde. But Sheyi Makinde has not actually defected to ADC, so it's still a shadow issue on Sheyi Makinde's side. But talking about Rabiu Kwankwaso with Mr. Peterobi, remember they came together, the supporters came together last week to form a joint support, which they tagged OK Movement. And this is raising a lot of questions on the issue of candidacy, someone who is going to be fronted for the 2027 presidential election on the part of ADC. While we're discussing about how Supreme Court has ruled in favor of ADC generally, especially from the David Mark-led National Working Committee over the two other factions, that's the Nafiu Bala Gombe and the Dumebi Kachuku, the presidential aspirant of ADC in 2023. While we're talking about that, it dawned on me that there are still issues that ADC would have, which may be a problem to them being a major opposition to APC. Now, looking at ADC and what they are looking at, what they are actually going for, you would see that at the end of the day, from people's prediction, if they have adopted the consensus and they have actually selected Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, then it means that Mr. Peterobi could actually leave the party, or him and Rabiu Kwankwaso, they could leave, and it's just what is seeming to be possible. However, this is not yet confirmed because there are rumors which have been flying around about the coordination of the whole thing.
All right, the ADC, are confronted by a number of challenges. Beyond the temporary reprieve they've gotten from the position of the Supreme Court that came out and quashed all issues around the status quo antebellum, in this very instance, they've gotten what I call a Greek gift in this instance, because there are still myriads of issues. But beyond the many litigations that is bedeviled the ADC, there are other internal challenges that they need to navigate, and one of such is the delicate challenge of who becomes the flag bearer of the ADC. And in this instance, where you have political bigwigs, like the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, you have former Governor of Rivers State and the former Minister of Transportation in Rotimi Amechi, who is equally among those frontliners in ADC, not to speak about Mohammed Hayatuddin, who is equally in the fray as well. And then we are looking at the former governor of Anambra State. He is a frontline presidential candidate in 2023 election under the banner of the Labour Party. And then the political behemoth from Kano State, Senator Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, a man you wouldn't wish away on any platform where you see him. He has been the one person who has somewhat galvanized the Aminu Kano Talakwa movement from Kano over time. People were thinking before Kwankwaso that Shakaro, would be able to be the commander of the Talakawa movement in Kano, but Kwankwaso has showed political dexterity in being able to galvanize this less privileged front, as the policy denotes. When you talk about the Kwankwasia movement, you will see that it is championed from the streets of Kano and beyond. And he has galvanized that sentiment as enshrined in the, Amino movement, yes, Amino Kano's movement in Kano State in particular. And he brought that into the 2023 election, where he, dominated and came up with over 1 million votes in Kano State alone, being the particular state he won. But he equally has a national acclaim and a national appeal, especially when you look at it coming from the north as well. So with the teaming up with this very individual now becomes a very delicate issue for the leading opposition coalition party to be able, having survived from the Supreme Court, and then to now navigate the issue and select either through a consensus, format, who will be the front flag bearer for the party, which is where the issue lies. And my opinion is that the best foot forward is for them to go into the inner conclave of the ADC and decide amongst themselves which one of these political bigwigs should be their flag bearer. And that, like you rightly pointed out, would orchestrate another level of issues. There will be infightings as to who would be disgruntled, having not gotten the ticket of the party. And again, if they want to toe the path of direct primaries as is being enshrined in the Electoral Act as amended, then it becomes a bigger challenge. And people like me view that the ADC may not be taken seriously if they want to go into that kind of primaries, not being able to come together and then, discuss as gentlemen with their own political ambition in line for the general interest of Nigeria, rather than, personal interest, that they would not and may not be seen to be serious to want to contend, with the APC-led administration. They had to unite, unanimously unite under the party, backing one individual to be able to have an attempt to challenge President Bola Ahmed Tinubu come 2027. Having said that, you now begin to look at the seemingly infighting amongst themselves. Remember that the first former Vice President Atiku Abubakar did grant an interview where he positioned himself to be the most, experienced, capable, qualified hand to lead the party into the next election, which the political heavyweight from Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, did counter and contend that he is quite experienced, quite vast, and more acceptable to lead the charge, being a younger person. And then we need not say about the OK movement that is being championed, an unusual marriage that's stemming from our experience from 2023 that we felt maybe impossible going into a next dispensation, to see a marriage of the obedient and the Kwankwasia movement that has metamorphosed into what they christened the OK movement today, becomes another movement that may, if given, chance, we may be able to shake, the political equation in Nigeria. So it becomes a very tough nut for the ADC to crack in this instance, being able to whip these very sentiments together and get everybody to toe in line and support whoever emerges. One thing is that the claims, each of them lays, claim to being popular and having the capacity to lead the onslaught against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It still remains to be seen. However, the issue here is that if any of them may not want to, stick with the ADC, moving forward, if they don't get the ticket of the party, then it is time for them to leave the party. Because after the primaries, they may be unable, as at 10th of May, every political party in Nigeria is expected to turn in their registrar of their membership to INEC. And in this instance, if your name is not on the register of any given political party, you may not be able to contest a primary in that political party again. Your name need not appear in two political parties. And this is the constraint with the new Electoral Act, where these big politicians have found themselves. So one is expecting, for example, as is being bandied about in the streets, that the OK being the Obi and Kwankwaso are most likely, is still rumor yet. We don't know. We don't have any background information on that yet, that they may most likely jump ship at this hour, maybe to either PRP or NDC. Anyway. One doesn't know. And same, could be said of the other frontliners in this instance. So it still stands to be seen how the ADC would navigate this very challenge. Because I tell you one thing, this very challenge would, decimate the ADC faster than the myriads of litigation from Kachuku and Gombe, Nafi Gombe. This one has the capacity to decimate this, destroy and
the unity and
pieces the party even before the rulings on this litigation is seen. So we'll keep watching how they are able to navigate. But one thing is clear, one thing is obvious, that if they are able to navigate the challenge of coming for, bringing out a consensus candidate, a sellable consensus candidate, then they may stand a chance. However, there are other issues. My opinion, I'm not a politician, I'm not in any party, but I still have my doubts that the ADC will be in ballot in 2027. And I would advise, if advice usually is cheap, I would advise that any of these contenders, and if they are very serious, as a coalition to challenge the ruling party in 2027, they should begin to make alternative arrangements. Let them begin to contrive a multi-purpose vehicle upon which this ambition will be realized. But I do not see ADC on technicalities and these issues being able to navigate and be on the ballot. That's why I call the reprieve they've gotten from the Supreme Court as a great gift.
Well, yes. Now, let's just take a look at the other headline in the Vanguard newspaper, which says insecurity, U.S. to review aid, humanitarian assistance to Nigeria. This is a headline that is talking about the United States reviewing the aid they are going to be giving to the Nigerian state because of the worsening insecurity issues that has raised a lot of concerns across the globe. Now, the move is aimed at reassessing how funds and support are deployed, ensuring they effectively address humanitarian crisis, strengthen security outcomes, and reach vulnerable populations impacted by violence. This is where they are dragging in, bringing it together, because they are trying to, make the Nigerian state to account for anything, any grant, any aid that is being given to them, and they are going to cut down what they are saying basically is that they're going to cut it down to 50%. So any billion that should come in from 2027, 2028 that is going to humanitarian aid, they are citing certain issues that are that surrounds genocide. I mean, people killing a particular people of a religious sect. That is actually one of the things they are citing, and other insecurity issues that has actually been a problem in the Nigerian state. Now, looking at this from a hindsight, you could see that there are certain other issues which may not be said, but they are there. It is there. Last year, December 25th, Nigeria woke up to a bomb detonation in Sokoto State, where it was said that terrorists, that was actually the hub of terrorists in the country. Now, since then, we have not heard anything from the US except when Riley Moore came out to, condemn the killings which happened between December, of course, January down till now. Even as of last week, he was still speaking. Now, bringing it down to where we are, where the US are threatening to cut down on the aid given to Nigeria by 50%. It raises a lot of questions. I was thinking that we were in partnership with the United States government to combat insecurity. And I was also thinking that there were other issues that the United States government are helping Nigeria to tackle. Is it now going to be on the issue of was there no agreement, or is it going to be like a boy and a master thing, where a master chooses to give whatever he wishes because the boy is not following what he's meant to do, or is not doing the things he is to do? This is a question that has been coming up, and it needs to be answered, because looking at the relationship Nigeria had with US, there would never have been an external intervention into the Nigerian state if there was no agreement. So the question remains, what is actually happening now? Just by that same January into February, Nigeria entered into an alliance with the United States, which the Senate President Godswill Akpabio, which he actually had to oversee in terms of security and other issues, other national issues. Now the question remains, what is actually happening? Is it that there is no coordination? Is it that there is no there are disagreements? Where did the rift, where did it actually started, and what introduced this rift? So like I said, it looks like now it is like a boy and an apprentice, an apprentice and a master's relationship, where if the boy chooses to do what he wants to do and the master chooses to retaliate in the way he chooses to do. Remember, it is the master that chooses how he actually retaliates. Now I'm asking, who is the master and who is the boy? This is happening in the Nigerian state, and we're still talking about insecurity, but we're not talking about it from the place where our aids and other things that will help the Nigerian state to tackle it are being, are being threatened. Yes, Mr. Uche.
All right. Looking at this situation, you raised the question: is this a master-slave kind of arrangement? Yes, it is. It is a master-slave kind of arrangement. You are not in contention of status with the United States. It's always been, and this is the issue with African states, that over time go cap in hand, to the colonial masters and the, European Western wars, seeking for aid. It's quite unfortunate that Nigeria, though richly blessed, is so, poorly managed that will depend on foreign aid to navigate a lot of things. And it begins to tell you that he who plays the piper will continue to dictate the tune in this instance. Yes, we are reliant on aids, that come from the government of the United States, especially when it comes to developmental assistance and in all that. Remember that before the ascension of the current United President Donald Trump on his second term, where he scrapped the U.S. aid, they've been the key sponsors on issues around U.S. aid on HIV treatment and all that. You remember how the nation was thrown into a similar chaos because of the withdrawal of that assistance. And I do not, in all ramifications, think that we've been able to recover same mileage, upon which we were accelerating before the pulling of that plug in areas of assistance with the U.S. aid. Having said that, yes, Relmo and other House committee members are advising in the appropriation committee for the government to cut in 50% the aid to Nigeria as a result of similar issues surrounding insecurity. And, when it comes to insecurity, it cannot be emphasized. But here is where I take a detour. I have always been of the very, school of thought that Africa, and by Nigeria, that we are all not at this time supposed to continue to rely on aid. Let's come to Nigeria, for example. This is a nation that is richly endowed when it comes to mineral resources. This is a nation, when it comes to crude, they are a net producer and exporter of crude to the world. When you come to other mineral resources, mention them. Nigeria is richly endowed. When you traverse the length and breadth of this nation, there is hardly any state in Nigeria that doesn't have one mineral or the other. The least of it we can say is salt. Yes, we have it in abundance. Not to talk about limestone. Mention the mineral that is not, is not in abundance in Nigeria. And a nation like Nigeria is dependent on the Western world for assistance. Telling you that we have been poor managers of our resources. We've been very, very poor at it. This is a nation where at one point in time, I always want to point it out, where a sitting head of state did mention that Nigeria doesn't have a money problem. What we had was what to do with the money. In this instance, there was, over availability of fund, because this is a rich nation. We were far richer and thriving than the Dubai that you have, the United Arab Emirates, where they have turned the desert, into the city that it is today. They've leapfrogged Nigeria. We were ahead of Malaysia. We were ahead of Singapore, speaking about the Asian tigers. Today, they've leapfrogged Nigeria. We can't compare in terms of development. Let me go back a bit. Around 2011 was 2015, Nigeria was a thriving economy, #1 in Africa. Today, when you come to Africa, where are we? South Africa has leapfrogged us. Then, Brazil, that was toying to Nigeria, is now the #1 fastest developing economy with certain stability. And here we are, still dependent on aid to navigate our challenges. And again, I quite strongly differ on this, that yes, when I want to pander to Walter Rodney, on the how Europe underdeveloped Africa, a lot of things begin to run through my mind. Yes, when I buy into a school of thought on how Europe underdeveloped Africa, I still would not want to blame the Europeans 100%, because over time, Africa is a market for them. And what do you do with a market? Is either for two things. Either for you to, sell your finished product, or to acquire raw material for your manufacturing industry. And in this instance, Africa has provided willfully, the two. We've been a dumping site, a market. Africa is a very big market, and Nigeria represents all this. So what we have over time, where I differ a little bit with the academic guru, the academic hero Walter Rodney, is that the Africans enable the situation. Just like when we go into colonialism to begin to unearth issues around colonialism. And I begin to tell you that, yes, there was colonialism, but we are willful, participants in it. And you date back to issues around the slave trade. I tell you, we are willful participants in the slave trade. And these things have navigated through today, that we continue at the other level, continue to allow neocolonialism, because we've refused to, grow. We always want to be an adult stuck in a baby body, leading to why we need to step back a bit and, our leaders interrogate and chart a pathway for development. We can't continue to rely on aid. And as much as we do rely on aid, you will continue to see headlines like this, where groups in the US will continue to advocate for aids to be caught as a bargaining chip, in negotiation. And what are we negotiating in this time around? Where we are talking about securing of life and property of Nigerians. Yes, there is. Those who may want to position it as genocide may not be far from the truth as well, because if you look at the demographic that is highly, affected with the insecurity in Nigeria, then you may toe the line of these people who argue that there is a Christian genocide going on in Nigeria. But for me as a Nigerian, what matters is that the buck stops on the leadership of this nation, which is why they need to retrospectively, take a look on where we've misstepped and then become proactive in combating and challenging this very, monstrous issue that has continued to, decimate Nigeria. And until we do that, yes, the United States will continue to, dictate for us. And leading me to ask, and I've asked in the past, what was the collaboration with the United States government? On 25th December, we witnessed a detonation, in Sokoto. And when we woke up and questioned, we were told by the ONSA that there was a collaboration with the United States government to, decimate the very location in Sokoto State. And I ask, knowing full well that there are certain, American boots on ground, and the insecurity have continued to skyrocket since their detonation, in Sokoto State. And I ask, what is the nature of this collaboration? Has this collaboration broken down to the extent that they are now withdrawing aid, leading to other issues that were raised in the United States Congress over time, the willingness of the Nigerian state to combat insurgency in Nigeria, which is why I think that they want to pull the plug on the aid that they advance to our government, tagged developmental aids and the rest of it. So at the end of the day, we will continue to question, and in this instance, that's where I'm somewhat, yes, if I'm at liberty to speak, that I'm disenchanted with the United States government, because I was thinking that their incursion in what many believe to be an infringement of the Nigerian sovereignty by the collaboration that we are told about, that their involvement has not brought any profit to Nigeria. It was not in any way, stirred insecurity in Nigeria. Rather, things have escalated. We've gotten more people killed in Nigeria over time since the arrival or the detonation of that bomb in Sokoto, telling me or giving me the courage to say that the United States government failed us in this instance. And it's like many people have argued that they were here to protect their own interests. So they need to answer us. What interest do they want to protect? Is it the interest of Nigerians? Help us salvage the security situation in Nigeria, or do they have an interest that was being threatened, as many scholars and economists have alleged, that it was a ploy to check the Chinese in Nigeria and other foreign countries that are gaining foothold in Nigeria, and they use that as a springboard to be able to negotiate better economic front for themselves. These are the questions that the United States government need to answer. But at the end of the day, like I always maintain, the buck would always stop on the Nigerian state.
Yeah. All right, we take a short break. When we return, we're going to dive into the week's major headlines, and you tell us what it means to you. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. You're still watching Retrospect here on Aneke TV. Now let's take a look at what's making the highlights of the papers across the week. Now we have on the Punch headline, Ibadan meeting, PDP ADC blocks reject joint presidential tickets. We have on the Nation, Wetie, more knocks for Makinde. Then on the Vanguard we have NASU, Konwa Naptan to federal government. You can scrap irrelevant courses, universities. Now on the Guardian we have banks grapple with asset quality validation tests after 4.65 trillion capital. Now on the Daily Sun we have 2027 NDC offers Obi Kwankwasa joint ticket. Now on the Daily Trust we have crisis in public hospitals worsen.
All right, let's take a look at the Punch newspaper of Monday, where they are talking about the Ibadan meeting. PDP ADC blocks reject joint presidential tickets. Seemingly from the Ibadan meeting, we had a counter to it where we saw the opposition political parties meeting under one roof to chart a pathway towards 2027 against what they seemingly described as the Nigerian ruling political party trying to undermine every opposition political party to see that they are unable to field candidates, where they pledge to come together and work as one towards 2027. However, we saw that the oppositions in the PDP and the ADC, derided that meeting in Ibadan, saying that they were not part of it, they were not in support of anything called a joint ticket, a joint presidential ticket come 2027, that they will field an independent presidential candidate of their political party. They are not a party to the agreement that we reached in Ibadan. And having said that, one continue to see that there were a lot of issues that, followed that Ibadan meeting, which many people had, praised for the Nigerian opposition party to be able to come together and put their affairs together. But you saw that the Wike camp, the Kachuku camp of the ADC, and the members of the other oppositions from even APC, did wave that meeting away as being nothing serious, described it as a jamboree, and that in itself characterized the news as of Monday.
Now on Tuesday, Daily Trust, we have Who Is There? Core members' final words. Then on the Punch, we have jet fuel crisis. Federal government seeks 30-day credit window for airlines. Now on the Nation, Sanwo-Olu Hamzat best to take over. Now on the Vanguard, we have paper mills collapse. Nigeria loses 374 billion naira annually to foreign producers. Now on the Guardian, we have APC risk internal crisis as governors hijack nomination forms. Now on the Deletion, we have gunmen on rampage.
All right. Excuse me. Starting from the Punch newspaper, where we discuss the issues around the jet fuel crisis, the challenge the indigenous airlines have to navigate for them to be able to operate, given the high cost of jet fuel in Nigeria. When you bring in landing costs and all that, it has made the operational cost of these indigenous local flights, seemingly high, such that the Ibom Air, management did complain that for them to be able to take off, with one aircraft, they had to spend upwards of 7 million to be able to fuel one aircraft, leading to overhead costs. What many fear that may lead to downsizing of workers in able to be able to manage operation and make it more profitable. However, the Nigerian government, through the Minister of Aviation and the NACA and other agencies, have come together, waded into the affair, see how they navigate this challenge, and has, enjoyed marketers to offer a 30-day moratorium to the airline operators, upon which they can access credit, to move and operate within the airline industries. And this crisis and necessitated from the crisis in the Middle East as well. And then looking at the Nation newspaper on Tuesday, where Sanwo-Olu, Hamzat best to take over. And we did say that for the first time we are seeing where a deputy governor in Lagos State is being seen as the chosen nominated candidate, in Lagos State, which has never happened, since the inception to return to democracy in 1999. It's always been a different individual coming to spearhead the affair of Lagos State. And in this time around, and we've heard that Mr. President himself is in favor of Hamzat, who's been chosen as a consensus candidate to take over from Sanwo-Olu. And then we'll continue to watch and see if there will be dissenting voice to that. And moving on to the Vanguard newspaper, will they speak to the issue around the Nigerian paper mill collapse, where Nigerian paper mills, seemingly has collapsed, and Nigeria is dependent on importation, to be able to navigate the challenges orchestrated with high cost of of operating paper mill, and it's estimated that we're losing about 674 billion naira due to reliance on importation, and the death of indigenous Nigeria paper mills is a worrying situation that a nation as richly endowed and highly populated with an obvious market has to depend on importation to be able to navigate the activities that are needed, the milling of papers, where offices are reliant on paper, schools, and then has made the cost of publishing very high, and printing press has to charge high to be able to meet the demand of being dependent on foreign products, for Nigeria to be able to solve her paper issues.
Now, on Wednesday, the Nation headline, Tinubu picks domination form to open re-election bid. On the Punch, we have 2027 election, Tinubu APC big weeks, big forms, GAC backs Hamzat. Now, on the Guardian, we have opacity, weak audit through federal government spending amid abuse of Fiscal Responsibility Act. Now, on the Daily Trust, we have ADC battles time, demands verdict. Now, on the Daily Sun, we have National Labour Congress cries out over workers' worsening condition.
All right. I think over the day, the major issue that dominated the news was the issue around the ADC's battles, and then this retrospectively on that day, yes, people were waiting and speculating to what the verdict of the Supreme Court will be. But as you and I do know, the Supreme Court has come out, to give what many has celebrated as a welcome development. And when it comes to opposition politics in Nigeria, and, by removing the issue around the status quo antebellum, which has now mandated the INEC to restore David Mark leadership in the portal of INEC. But we'll continue to watch things unfold, as there are other issues that were referred back to, to the lower courts for trial in this instance. But as at this day, the attention, the anxiety was on what position the Supreme Court will take.
Now, on Thursday, we have 2027 election. ADC, PDP await crucial Supreme Court verdict. That's on the Punch headline. Then on the Vanguard, we have Supreme 2027 polls. Supreme Court to determine PDP, ADC fate today. On the Daily Trust, we have ADC, Supreme Court in make or mar judgment. Now, on the Guardian, we have Atiku, Tinubu trade blame as U.S. moves to tighten oversight on Nigeria. Now on the Nation, we have APC aspirants set up big battles for tickets in state.
All right. Like we did say, it was the issue surrounding the ADC that did dominate the headline as well, and we've gotten the judgment on that. And then looking at Tinubu trading blames as US moves to tighten oversight on Nigeria, it still made the headlines today, as we just finished talking about issues around insecurity in Nigeria and the position of the United States Congress on as regards insecurity. And one thing, it is the position of the opposition to hold government to account, and Atiku in this instance became the name. And President Tinubu, if watched the video where he said that he's not deterred by the condemnation of the opposition in Nigeria, that he is hell-bent on navigating the terrain and would run for his position and would win. That if he has done it, from outside the state house, then how much more now that he is the president? But in this instance, one will continue to, see the opposition hold the ruling party to account. And then speaking to APC aspirants, set up big battles for tickets in states, the Nation newspaper. Yes, they remember quite well that the president did cede power to the governors at the subnational to determine the direction of party nomination as per consensus candidate or direct primaries in the states. And in this instance, there's been so much outcries between party faithful who wants to go for a certain position against the chosen position of the sitting governors in many states, leading to what people describe as a crisis, internal crisis within the ruling political party.
Now on Friday, we have on the Nation, Supreme Court sends Mark-led ADC National Working Committee back to High Court. Then on the Guardian, we have clarity on certainty as Supreme Court reshapes opposition ahead of 2027. On the Punch, we have Mark-led ADC survives as Supreme Court voids Ibadan PDP convention. Now, the Daily Sun, Supreme Court gives Mark-led ADC, NWC lifeline, settles PDP's case. Now, on the Vanguard, we have Supreme Court okays ADC's mark, axis PDP's Turaki. Now, on the Daily Trust, we have Supreme Court clears path for ADC. Now, we're going to see what from the Guardian, clarity and certainty as Supreme Court reshapes opposition ahead of 2027 election. This is the same thing we've been talking about the ADC, as oppositions are being aligned at the proper place they should be, citing the judgment given on PDP, nullifying their Ibadan convention, and then talking towards, tilting towards ADC, where they have actually, given a go-ahead order for the MAC-led Nation Working Committee, citing the resonance of and renaissance of hope in the party, especially in the Makarebo-Shola-led Nation Working Committee. Now also, like we were talking about today, citing the issues also that have been. Of course, this Supreme Court verdict is going to be taken with a pinch of salt, as Alhaji Atiku Abubakar also came out to say that there are many things that the celebration should not, take its full place, because this is on a path that Supreme Court is still going to, take a toll to also make them understand what is going to happen in the coming days. And also looking at the same thing just in the Daily Sun, where they are borrowing for consumption, cancerous. That's the same thing that's happening, where peterobi has also, said it's not about borrowing, but it's about what is used for the payment, what is used with the money borrowed, and how Nigeria will fare at the long run.
All right, quite apt to have spoken to the issues around the ruling of the Supreme Court, where we describe that now the ADC has a momentary reprieve and continue to look into party affairs going forward. And that's where we call it wraps today on the week in retrospect. And we are most grateful and saying thank you for sharing your Saturday with us. What a way to go. Let us know what you think about these news issues. Reach us with the hashtag, the retrospect, all at Aneke TV on our socials. Talk about Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and the rest of them. It's always a pleasure being with you on the week in retrospect. I am Uche Osai.
And I'm Good Hope. Have a lovely weekend. Goodbye for now.
7 days. Countless moments. Stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives, from moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am your host, Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth, yet many conditions that affect our well-being are preventable, manageable, and better understood with the right information. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live better, longer, and healthier. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We'll go on a short break now. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Today we are focusing on a vital but sometimes misunderstood aspect of reproductive health, menstrual health. Menstruation is a natural biological process, yet for many people, conversations around it are often surrounded by silence, myth, stigma, and misinformation. Beyond simply having a monthly period, menstrual health involves understanding the menstrual cycle, proper hygiene practices, recognizing common disorders, and knowing when to seek medical attention. Our topic on this episode is understanding menstrual health. Joining us today is Associate Professor Aneke Joseph Tochukwu, a consultant obstetrician, right, and gynecologist at ESUD Teaching Hospital, Parkland, and a lecturer at ESUD College of Medicine. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me.
We are glad to have you this morning.
Yeah.
Okay, now we as I said, this episode will be discussing on understanding our menstrual health. So when you say menstrual health, is like a common word. Yeah. A lot of women know it. But we want to understand deeply into it. We want to know what it entails, what really menstrual health entails, and how the circle coexist, everything about it. So we would like to begin. When you talk about menstrual health, what does it really encompass beyond just having a monthly period?
Yeah, menstrual health is it could be defined as the complete physical, mental, and social well-being of a woman as it pertains to a menstrual cycle.
Okay. And
it involves making sure that the menstrual cycle is safe, but they have good safe products the woman will use for her menses. It also pertains having enough education for the woman so that she understands what menstruation is all about, and then also providing enough infrastructure around the woman,
okay,
and then products that she will use for her menses in order to make sure that psychologically and physically the woman is complete. Thank you.
Okay. Beyond menstrual health just being a period that comes once in a month or at a particular time in every month, what really is menstrual health? Why should it be understood?
Menstrual health is very important that the public should know about what menstrual health is all about, because when it's not adequately ensured, you find out there could be other conditions that could be associated with it. Okay. It could lead to diseases, and it could also lead to misunderstanding of the menstruation itself. And it's also in some communities also you see certain practices that are also used against women. They occur as taboos, against women that are menstruating, and so that's why it's very important that we should have a broad knowledge of what menstrual health is all about. Even in schools, most of our young ladies and adolescents, you find out that this is the time most of them are starting menstruation. So without having that background information, they will misunderstand the whole process, and it becomes very difficult for them to carry on their life and menstruation in general. And then the health part of it, if a woman fails to use healthy products and also having menses in an environment that is not healthy, infrastructures are not there, you find that it won't affect the woman generally. As a matter of fact, the woman will have ill health.
So you said something about there are some misconceptions surrounding its used against women. So for a young girl who just experienced her first menstrual health, who just experienced her first menstruation, especially those living in the rural area, what do you think can be her fate when those conceptions are surrounding her, and what can be done about that?
As a matter of fact, when we were still younger, or in secondary schools, because of the poor understanding of no education has been given to the young lady or the adolescents, you find out that when they have their first menses, it's a shock to them.
Okay.
Rather than them waiting for that condition to occur, it becomes a shock. So they are not prepared.
Imagine a young lady that went to school with her white clothes, and suddenly it gets stained, and then maybe her fellow classmates are now bringing her attention to that. I mean, it's a very big embarrassment, and most of the times it lives with the young lady, and they don't usually forget such situations. And when it happens, of course, sometimes they don't even know what to do. Imagine if you sent a young girl to school, and this type of thing is happening to her in her school, and there's nobody to help her. I mean, psychologically, the young lady is also down. So it may also impact negatively on her ability to learn in school. And then, what are the products that are available? There may not even be any product available for her to use. So, I mean, it's something that we cannot comprehend. The effect is actually quite big. And the young lady. Yeah.
Okay, you said that it's in those situations that the young lady most times don't forget about it, and it affects her. So in the sense, you're trying to say that there are some trauma and stigmas attracted to menstrual health and menstrual cycle.
If you go to our communities, sometimes when you go to the villages, you find out that there are certain places that a woman that is menstruating is abhorred from coming close to. Maybe where people are fetching water in the stream, you are not meant to go there. And maybe certain places, certain locations in the village. So, and then also, people can't even, sometimes people see people not even accepting food and materials from a person that is menstruating. That's a very big stigmatization. Something that should have been a natural process.
They're saying it as a taboo.
Yeah, something that should have been a natural process. And it's now being stigmatized, it's now being taken as a stigma. As a matter of fact, if we understand it in the way it should be, it's just like the womb of the woman is preparing itself to know whether it can get a baby into the uterus by shedding the old endometrial growth, the old lining of the uterus, which then prepares it for reproduction for the next cycle. But it's not understood that way. So some of these myths and taboos now comes up. You know, sometimes you see that. So for the traditional worshippers, a woman that is not menstruating, that is menstruating, cannot come to the area of their worship. So you find out that is also a form of stigmatization and then the violence against women.
Moving on, let us dive deep into menstrual cycle. So what should be understood as a normal menstrual cycle?
A normal menstrual cycle is a cycle that comes every month. Let me just use the word every month. However, a normal menstrual cycle ranges from 21 days to 35 days. So sometimes you see some women, they don't understand this fact. So everybody is aiming to get 28 days. So it can be as short as every 3 weeks. And also it can also be as long as every 5 weeks, as the case may be. And then also, for a normal menses, it should last between 2 to 8 days. So sometimes you see some people, their menses are just coming for 2 days, they are worried. So, but they shouldn't be worried. This is just normal for them. Then for some other people, you may also see them bleeding for up to 8 days. They will start going to the hospital. However, those conditions are normal for such a young woman.
So, in the aspect of when a woman bleeds from the first day to the 4th day, is it seen as normal? Because a lot of people think that from the 1st day to the 4th day is normal. But when it exceeds that 4th day, it's seen as being abnormal.
Yes, that's what I have just explained now. That a normal menses can last from 2 to 8 days. So if your own is lasting up to 8 days, it's normal. If it's lasting only 2 days, it's normal. So far, there is no any other problem associated with the womb of the woman. And then sometimes it could be associated with little or no, some pain, you know, and we call it dysmenorrhea. Well, the one we call primary dysmenorrhea, and then the one that is not good, we call secondary dysmenorrhea. If I may explain it further, primary dysmenorrhea is a type of pain that maybe when the woman is about to see her period, she experiences some pressure, some little pain. Then when the period starts coming, you see that the pain now wanes off, now decreases and disappears. However, now the one we call abnormal pain or secondary dysmenorrhea is a type of pain that usually worsens with menses. Maybe when the menses start coming, the woman will start having so much pain, she can't go to work, she's vomiting, the whole abdomen is paining her, and it prevents her from doing her normal daily activities. Now, there are some conditions that can be associated with this type of secondary dysmenorrhea. Now, there's one important disease we call endometriosis. Endometriosis is a situation whereby there is the existence of the normal lining of the endometrium, normal lining of the womb, called endometrium. When it now exists outside the uterine cavity, that is outside the womb. So when you see it outside the womb, it's called endometriosis. So that endometriosis is associated with a lot of pain. And there's another sister of that endometriosis called adenomyosis. Adenomyosis is when you see that thing that is supposed to be lining the uterus is now occupying inside the muscles of the uterus. So that one is called adenomyosis. So those two conditions, they are known to cause a lot of pain. So on women, and they cause secondary dysmenorrhea, and it can disrupt the activities of the woman, and also can lead her to admissions in the hospital. So, and it's something that maybe women that have them should always approach the hospital for proper history examination and then management of such conditions. And then somebody also see a woman that what we call polycystic ovarian syndrome. Polycystic ovarian syndrome is a situation whereby the woman is not ovulating at the time. Ovulation means bringing out egg. At the time the woman is supposed to be ovulating. So it now makes, because for a woman to bleed, she must ovulate most times. So when she ovulates, the hormones in the system will now help to make the endometrium to now mature. When there is no fertilization, it now bleeds, it now disintegrates and comes out as menstruation. So now, it's ovulation that actually stimulates that process. So in such women that have polycystic ovarian syndrome, that ovulation doesn't come as required. So you now find out that the woman now, over 3 months, she has not bled. And it will continue to last for 3 months. So within this period of 3 months, there's a lot of psychological issues. The woman is worried, am I pregnant or am I not pregnant? And other conditions. So these two major physical conditions are the things that sometimes can affect a woman in the negative way. In some other situations, you find out there is excessive bleeding. So if a woman is bleeding, instead of using 1 or 2 parts in a day, she's now carrying a bag of parts, because of some of the conditions that could be existing in the uterus. Things like uterine fibroid, things like endometrial polyps, polyps, things that look like ball inside the endometrial cavity. And then even these endometriosis and polycystic ovarian syndrome, that can also make the menses to be so big, such a way that when the woman is bleeding, she's now having dizziness, having headache, and may be admitted in the hospital. And sometimes they may even be transfused, in such conditions. So let me leave it here.
You said something. You said the menstrual cycle entails a woman in the process of knowing if she will conceive. And that's okay. So I want you to explain. And when it comes to the menstrual cycle, how does it help individuals monitor their reproductive health? Yes.
Well, when a woman is having a monthly cycle, it gives her reassurance. And if it's normal, it also gives her assurance is not doubled. That most likely her menstrual health is good. Now, when there are other conditions that are associated with this menstruation, then, of course, most of the women, they will believe that they are not feeling fine. For example, if a woman has what we call pelvic inflammatory disease, chronic pelvic inflammatory disease, sometimes it can impact negatively on the ability of the woman to see her menses. Or maybe there is a condition that has harmed the endometrial lining. We now find out maybe the uterus not coming together. Maybe a woman can had an abortion, a traumatic abortion, whereby materials that are sharp were used to remove a pregnancy, or maybe instrumentation was done, or surgery was done in the uterus. You find out how such condition can make the endometrium to come together. Now when they come together, they now come together, now leaving a little surface area where menstruation can go from. So now, in those conditions, you now find out that a woman that is supposedly seeing her period every 4 days, that she's seen it for 4 days, you now find out that menstruation may not come only 1 day. So now, that signal is enough to tell her there is abnormal health, there is ill health in the menstrual cycle. And then if she's also having foul-smelling vaginal discharge, and not during that, even within the cycle.
Okay.
You're not having foul-smelling vaginal discharge, or even the color of the menstruation is now becoming another thing, becoming watery, and the rest of them. So it may be an indication that there is something else that is going on in the reproductive health, apart from just ordinary menses. Sometimes it may stop entirely from coming. Maybe a woman that has cesarean section, or had myomectomy, or had other conditions that could affect the endometrial lining. You now find out that the menstruation will eventually stop. And when it occurs, that's a very big indication to tell the woman you have to visit the hospital. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about menstrual hygiene. It's often discussed, but not really, not clearly explained. So what would you say about menstrual hygiene?
Yeah, so menstrual hygiene involves providing normal good products that a woman needs to take care of her menses, and also providing it in a very good environment, good infrastructure. A woman should not be changing her pad in the open. You have to find a very adequate environment that is secluded, and that will give the woman a psychological well-being. And then after that, after changing, she also needs water. She also needs good soap. She also needs maybe perfume, to freshen up herself. So, and if a very adequate good water supply is not provided, maybe there is now well water that is heavily contaminated, and the woman is not using it to wash her private parts, of course, there could be ascending infection. And that ascending infection can alterate the whole menstrual pattern, leading to maybe pelvic inflammatory disease and all that. Sometimes you also see that because of poor education, that menstrual hygiene also involves good education. So because for the fact that the woman doesn't have a good education, you now find out that some of the habits can also lead to ill health. For example, instead of using it to wash the surface of her body, she's now pouring the water inside her private parts. Imagine pouring water that is heavily contaminated inside a place that should be clean. What is it going to cause? Or maybe not using the soap that you use to wash the surface of the body and not pouring it inside the body. So you don't find out that such condition can alter the cycle of the woman in terms of the fact that you don't find out that there is not heavy growth of, when I pour all those water, it will dilute the normal environment of the vagina, which is, most of the time, which is acidic in nature. So when you're not pouring all those products that are not required to be put inside the vagina, you now find out that it changes the pH. That is the condition of the place to become alkaline. And when it becomes alkaline, what does it do? It now encourages the growth of what we call candidiasis. Candidiasis is a common condition women usually present with. So, and these things are associated with their menstrual hygiene. So if it's not proper and adequate, you now find out that they may come down with such conditions because they are using products that are not supposed to be used inside the body. And they're also using it in an environment that is not clean. For example, if you go to an environment that is not clean, some of the places where you are keeping the menstrual product can also contaminate the woman. So you can see, this menstrual hygiene can link up to so many issues. One, the education of the woman. Two, you can also talk about how well the woman is being cared for. Now, if you go to most secondary schools, you find out that some of these young ladies, they can't even afford a good menstrual product. So instead of using a very good, concise menstrual product, you now find out that they are using maybe cloths, tissue paper, and all sorts of things. It's only when you go into the system and find out what they use. Yes, that is now saying that there's a reason for this particular discussion we're having today.
Before we go on a short break, when it comes to menstrual products, a lot of speculations are going on that pads are now causing infertility to women. So what would you say about that?
Well, yeah, vulva pads, yes, they are not supposed to cause any problem, except maybe the product itself is maybe contaminated. Of course, the normal pad is just put on the surface of the body. It's not even put inside the body. So there's no relationship between that pad and whether a woman should get pregnant or not. There are so many other bigger things that could cause infertility, not menstrual product like pad. However, when a young ladies now start misusing the pad, or maybe start using other products, maybe things that are now inserted inside the vagina, now causing ascending infection. Ascending infection means infection now moving from outside or from the anus, maybe because of poor hygiene too. You are now bringing materials from the anus into the vagina. You now see if those things now climb up into the uterine cavity and the fallopian tube, they may cause destruction of the fallopian tube, and then that the only thing that can lead to infertility. But if it's a normal, good hygiene, it's not supposed to lead to infertility. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go on a short break now. There's parties still in the house. Don't go anywhere.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching Health Matters on Aneke TV. And on this episode, we are still discussing on understanding menstrual health with Professor Aneke Joseph Tochukwu. So we have been discussing about menstrual health, menstrual cycle, everything that entails the menstrual, how to menstrual hygiene, how to take care of your hygiene as a woman in a menstrual cycle. So moving on, we would like to know, you know, there are some practices that a woman should have during her menstrual cycle to be able to help her to support her health and all. But they are often overlooked. So we would like you to mention those practices.
Well, as a woman, which I am not, you know, as a woman, I think it starts from good education. Good education, good menstrual education, health education in general. You know, and this should start from when the child is in the primary school, maybe about finishing her primary school, because most of these days you find out that women can even start off menstruation as early as 11 years upwards, you know. So that should now encompass, you know, telling them what a normal menstrual cycle is. That as they are growing up, that will be a time when something will start coming out from their body. That those things that are coming out are not abnormal, they are a natural process. And they will continue to have it until they finish their reproductive life. You know, probably around 45, 55 years. So this information should be well passed. And that if this occurs, that they may also have one or two persons they can confide in, you know, to help them through the process, especially their mother. And then, even before it starts, those products are also supposed to be purchased ahead of time. And they will be exposed to them and also be told about how to get them used. So, and I think if you do this, it means that and then also what the person is supposed to do during the time the menses starts. And then also, the education will also involve what are the things that can make me feel like maybe I want to menstruate. Because it's very important that a woman understands her body. You know, because some people, you may say, I'm going to menstruate the following day. Now, recently, we also have apps that can also tell us, you are going to menstruate the following day, or you are going to menstruate in 2 days' time. So that it won't become an embarrassment. Maybe a woman travels while inside the bus, the woman starts menstruating, not prepared. So, and even if it must happen, then it should happen in very minor, very minimal situations. So now, when you have finished giving this education, and then explain to the child these are the things to use, it means that the remaining part will be easy. This is how to use them. So, and then they touch those products. Like the first time of trying to engage in men, not be the first time you are touching the menstrual product. So you have exposed it to them, they touch it, even practice using it. So that the first time they are going to have that menses, it will be easy. You know. So now what does it entail? What it entails is using, when a woman should be padded, you shouldn't allow her cloth to be stained. Now, how do you know that maybe menses is about to come? Sometimes you may see that there could be pressure, pelvic pressure, you know, a woman feeling like there is pain trying to come, you know, and those contractions are just trying to push out the menses. Some other times there could also be heaviness on the breast, you know, and yeah. So if some of these things are happening, the woman will now be padded waiting. So, and then when eventually she starts seeing her menses, it should not be seamless, you know. Now, depending on the quantity of menses that is coming out, it's not a situation whereby a woman should allow her to start staining or start dripping. Now, if you get a very good product, maybe changing it 3 times in a day, depending on the quantity that is coming out.
Okay, depending on your flow.
Yeah, depending on the adequacy of the flow. Some people may not change in a day. Some people may change 2 times in a day. But at least 3 times in a day will be adequate. So that whatever you're removing will also not be so heavy and will not stain the body so much. And then after removing your pad, it's also good that the woman cleans up her body. And then using some other toiletries that are going to be there. Then if there is water, she uses it to clean up her body and there are no smells, she looks fine. Then if she must apply perfume, she applies perfume and not inside the body, but on her body. Or maybe takes her bath if she's in her house. So you don't find out that people that are around wouldn't even know that anything is happening to such a person. Then for the people that may have small pain, the pain they may not like. Now it requires that maybe they may need some non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. Some drugs that can help to reduce pain. One of them is pyrazicam, diclofenac. And such drugs are usually, you start taking it before the menses starts, not when you start having pain, when you now start disrupting
during the flow.
No. So maybe like a day before, you start taking the medications, and so that when the menses is coming out, it will be seamless, painless, and will involve disrupting your normal daily activities.
So in the sense, it is not healthy to take it during the flow. It's not healthy to take any medication.
And it's not like it's not healthy, but the one that is most likely going to prevent the pain is the one that is started maybe a day before the menses start coming out.
Okay,
and then along the line, you also continue to take medication. We
are out of time. So you say something about the menstrual products. So you know a lot of variety. There is variety of products, but we'd like to know: do you think there are ones that are best for a woman during her flow?
Well, it depends on what is available and also the access. The access, the cost.
When it comes to being safe.
Yes, most of them are safe. I won't call the product names, you know, and most of them are safe. And like I said, it depends on the availability and the cost. Yeah, some of them you want to buy, you find that you can't afford them. It doesn't mean that they are better than the ones that are maybe a little bit cheaper. Now, some other ones can contain menses better than others. Those things are also what you consider when trying to buy them. Assuming if I buy this product, and it can contain my menses for more than 12 hours, or more than 8 hours, or more than 6 hours, you have to, by the time you are using them, you have to now know that, yes, I may have to get, if I'm traveling from here to Lagos by road, I may have to use the one that contains menses better. And then during when we were smaller, our mothers used to use pad with all the difficulties involved in it. But now, better products are out, which we now, the ones we call pad, and they retain the menstruum better than the previous ones that we were using before.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we come to the end of today's episode. Many thanks to our guest for your insightful knowledge and information on this topic. And remember, informed decisions are often the foundation of healthier living, and open conversations about health help break harmful myths and promote wellness. I remain your host, Sharon Uchi, and this is Health Matters on Aneke TV. See you next time.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Good day and welcome to Aneke TV. We begin with one of the most debated issues in Nigerian digital space, the rising threat of cybercrime and growing calls for strict regulation of social media platforms. As online activities continues to expand across the country, concerns are mounting over cyber fraud, misinformation and wider implications for national security and public disorder. At the same time, questions are being raised about how far regulation should go with undermining freedom of expression and digital rights. This actually leads us to our topic, which is cybercrime laws or digital control, the battle over social media freedom in Nigeria. While government officials and security agencies are arguing that stronger laws are needed to protect citizens and safeguard national security, critics warn that such measures could blur the line between regulation and censorship. So the question facing policymakers, technology experts, and the public is, are these efforts to regulate this digital space making it safer or restricting online freedom? And this all comes on You and the Law, a program where we bring quality discussion about legal issues concerning this topic. And to discuss this further, help me welcome a distinguished legal expert, a cybersecurity expert, a legal practitioner specializing in digital rights, a policy media policy analyst, and a social and civil society representative on freedom of expression, Barrister Anayo Enechukwu Tochukwu, Principal Counsel of Anayo Enechukwu Associate, Legal Assistant to the Honorable Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Enugu State. Barrister, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here.
So moving over to the critical issue, we're talking about the threat of landscape of cybersecurity and digital control. Is there a battle over social media freedom in Nigeria? So what actually leads us to ask the question, as a cybersecurity expert, how severe is this current cybercrime threat in Nigeria? And how are we seeing this shift of sophistication in Nigeria?
Okay, first of all, when talking about cybercrime, you have tilted towards the social media. But cybercrime is all-encompassing. If you check the Cybercrime Prevention and Prohibition Act of 2015, amended in 2024. There are a whole lot. You start from fraud, you start from phishing in section 32, you start from interference with critical state infrastructure, spamming, and it's just a whole lot. So it does not just encompass that of section 24, which talks about where the social media, that of the social media comes into force. Section 24 talks about regulation of messages that are provocative or annoying, and this is when social media regulation has come into force, where people publish messages that are provocating and they sue them under section 24 of the Cybercrime Act. So cybercrime is all encompassing, and to answer your question, yeah, it's very severe in Nigeria. According to the Attorney General of the Federation, Fabimi SAN, he said in 2024, that Nigeria is ranked as the 5th country globally in cybercrime. So that's to show you how cybercrime is prevalent in Nigeria. And also, according to the Nigeria Communications Commission, Nigeria will lose $500 million daily due to cyber crimes and cyber attacks and threats. So with that, we can say that cyber crime is very severe in Nigeria.
So criminalizing this cyber crime in Nigeria today, like let's look in more details like now. Like if you criminalize it, people don't have that freedom now to say or to express themselves. Don't you think it's a controlling aspect for the government at that point?
Sorry, controlling in what sense?
That they are trying to restrict people to exercise their right of expression, freedom of expression.
No, you can't say it's controlling because, of course, in every jurisdiction, there are laws that regulate and protect the citizens. Because if there are no laws, then a whole lot of cyber crimes will be left unchecked. So, for example, in Nigeria, there are laws like the Cybercrime Prevention and Prohibition Act, there's the EFCC Act, there's Advanced Free Fraud Act, there's equally the Nigeria Criminal Code Act, of course. So these are laws that are to protect cyber crimes generally. So the only time where the control comes in is when the government goes beyond protecting Cyber Crimes Act to regulating what the citizens post on social media. Just like a perfect example was when the government banned Twitter.
Yeah, at that point.
In, I think, 2020 or 2021, where we all had to use a VPN. That's when the question of controlling comes into place. Also, another instance was the anti-social media bill that was introduced by, I think, Senator Musa something in 2019. That bill sparked protest, and the bill had already passed the second reading before it sparked protest, and they had to halt it. So it's those type of instances where you bring a bill. If it was passed to law, then you will now say the government is trying to control the social media space and control what citizens are saying on the media.
Would you say what you just said now, are ordinary citizens now more at risk than the institution itself?
In respect
to publishing things online about the government, are the normal citizens more at risk than the institution, like the government themselves?
Sorry, more at risk in what regard?
In publishing things online, and when it's being tarnishing image, like sometimes when Twitter was banned,
yes,
you see that people are complaining that the government is actually controlling them, not allowing them to exercise their rights and say things about them. Are you trying to say, at this point, will you say that the normal citizens, which we are the normal citizens, are you saying that they are more at risk at that point, or the government trying to protect themselves?
Okay, if I get your question right, are you saying in the mix of protection and vulnerability, that the citizens are more vulnerable than being protected?
Yeah, don't you think so? Because do you think it's the government, they are the ones more at risk, or do you think it is just the normal citizens?
For me,
what's your opinion on this?
There is always a thin line between protection and vulnerability. So in as much as the laws were enacted to protect the citizens, but the flip side, coming to this media talk, yeah, the citizens, the private citizens are more vulnerable, actually. They are more vulnerable, particularly like then in the 2015 Cybercrime Prevention and Prohibition Act, which criminalizes messages that are annoying, offensive messages. It's really absurd for a law to criminalize you sending someone an annoying message. So at that instance, private individuals will be more vulnerable, because if you just publish a very annoying message against a government official, they can use police and arrest you. So that puts the normal private citizens
so at some point will I say that yeah, trying to protect the normal citizens against scam or identity theft or phishing, or what angle will you say that the normal citizens are being protected from? Or do you see the government are protecting them from? Is it from scam or trying to express themselves?
Well, the protection from the literal letters of the act is majorly against generally cybercrime, which of course frauds and all related phishing, spam messages, and in those regards, yes, the government is actually protecting them. The only regards that the protection, it's not the stricter sense, so it's down to this digital and social media protection. That was in this section 24, which I mentioned earlier, which criminalizes offensive messages or annoying messages, and this has led to a serious debate. And this equally led to like the ECOWAS court in the case of, I think, Olumide Babola and Federal Republic of Nigeria, where they held that section 24 of the Cybercrime Act. The court held that it is contrary to the provisions of the Constitution and provisions of, I think, Article 9 sub 2 of the African Charter on Human Rights, which of course provides for freedom of expression. So the court held it was unconstitutional and ordered the Nigerian government to amend that section 24, and that amendment was effected in 2024. So that amendment removed those strict provisions of offensive or annoying messages, so which of course now offers more protection. So it's not the point where you just send an annoying message, they can easily arrest you. With this amendment that deleted most of all these sections, then, well, there's much, the citizens are now less vulnerable. Less, I didn't say they are not totally vulnerable, they are lit compared to the literal provisions of the Act in 2015. It was really absurd, like, it was really absurd, so yes.
Nigeria already has a Cybercrime Prohibition and Prevention Act. In your assessment, does this law still provide adequate legal grounding for today's digital realities?
You know, the term adequate is subjective. It's a very subjective term. So, but in my opinion, I don't think the law is actually adequate because, of course, the emerging legal realities in Nigeria today, where we see instances of now AI is the in thing. Everything it's AI. People actually use AI to perpetrate crimes. You can even edit the AI videos, even actually looks real. So I don't think the law covers any provision for AI. So it does not cover the legal reality today of AI being used for cyber crimes and all. And equally, I don't think the law regulates crimes perpetrated through all these cryptocurrencies and all.
So there was a time where such an app like Binance was banned in Nigeria. So if you say the law doesn't provide for all these cryptocurrency, apps and the rest, so that issue of banning Binance, is it protected by the law, or is the law trying to overstep?
Well, they definitely relied on a particular. I don't know the particular law they relied on. We're talking about the cyber crimes itself, and then cryptocurrency. It's not a cyber crime. What I'm talking about is the frauds that are being perpetrated like through cryptocurrencies. So the law does not regulate those scams that go on to protect the citizens who have actually lost money in all these cryptocurrency scams. So that's where I feel there's equally a lapse, because there's no provision that actually protects people or finds a way to trace those type of, like, for example, if there's a normal crime or fraud, the laws, there are a lot of plethora of laws, EFCC Act and all, you can actually use it to prosecute someone. But for all these cryptocurrency scams, they're not doing enough on it.
So we'll go online, you go online, you see some videos. When you come, let's come to AI now. We see some videos where the president is being, he's been projected to be selling corn, he's been projected to be dancing, he's been projected to say things that he did not say. At that point, would someone or the person who posted that act be held accountable for that act?
That goes to my point that the law didn't make provisions for these modern realities. Because currently you can't charge someone for that, because except probably the person used that impersonation of selling corn to scam people, that's, you say, identity theft and all this whole, or stole the president's data, use AI to steal the president's data. But all this type of these things, these are the lapses in the law.
So at what point does this regulation of online activity begins to conflict with constitutional protection for freedom of expression?
Okay. So basically, when it begins to conflict is when it steps out of the boundary, because they always say your right ends where the right of another person begins.
Yeah.
So of course, your right to freedom of expression, you own your rights. You're free to express your opinion, your thoughts. But when this protection comes in, where it conflicts, it's when you go beyond your rights. For example, I could say, this person, you're stupid. It's within my right. It's my opinion. I can insult someone. But where I come and it goes beyond insult, I say something defamatory, something that a statement that can incite violence, a statement that can be a threat to the national security. That's where the law can come in, because I've stepped over my rights. So that's the thin line between the law and the protection of citizens' rights to freedom of expression. So within my rights, I can say anything, I can do anything. But when I go above my rights to incite violence or cause a threat to national security, then I've overstepped my rights, and the law can come in, and that way, the right to freedom of expression is actually not an absolute right. It was provided in Section 39, but there's some exceptions in Section 45 of the Constitution. So it's not an absolute right. So in as much as I have the rights, when I do things like inciting violence, then that's just the thin line between the breach and the protection. It protects my rights, but when I go above it, it feels like I have no right anymore.
Okay, to the civil society representative, there is growing concern that social media regulation could be used as a tool for silencing dissent. And how valid are these fears? Like, can social media be used to, as a weapon against people, people prominent in the society?
Of course, social media, it's a very useful tool by politicians to actually silence people, especially with the growing, if you're active on Twitter. As of last year, Twitter turned to like a mini prison. Whatever you say on Twitter will be used against you in the court of law. So many people were being persecuted, they were being arrested for, in the term, online defamation. So you say something against someone, the next thing, police are looking for you. The next post is that this person is in prison. So that thing alone, those acts, creates fear. It creates invincible censor, government censor, that if I say something like this, they could fine me. You get. if I say something like this, and equally like the punishment in the Cybercrime Act does not help because it prescribes 3 years imprisonment. So that's the fact that they have been arresting people for saying things. When you look at spending 3 years in prison, you actually be scared to say certain things.
So what are the legal protection existing for someone who wrongly accused under the cybercrime laws?
The legal protection is, of course, seeking, we call it FREP, Fundamental Rights Enforcement Procedure. You can institute an action under FREP rules, either at the Federal High Court or the State High Court, seeking enforcement of your fundamental rights, because of course it's your right. And Section 39, your right to freedom of expression. So when you're wrongly arrested for saying things that does not go beyond what I explained earlier, like inciting violence or saying something that is a threat to national security, so far you don't go above that line and you're being arrested for just a mere tweet or mere statement, of course you can file an originating motion, an originating process for the enforcement of your fundamental human rights at the courts, and of course demand reliefs like compensation and enforcement of your right to ensure that they give you freedom. And so these are like the basic reliefs that a citizen
And you think in a country like Nigeria, these protections are enforceable? You know.
Of course, in Nigeria, the court is open to everyone. So no one will prevent.
Let me use layman assumption. The law is for the rich. You know, let's use that layman assumption that the law is for the rich and for the poor it's not. Don't you think so?
Well, actually, in reality, in Nigeria, well, we are delving out of it, out of our subject of discussion today. But yeah, it actually feels like the law is actually for the rich, because a poor man can honestly not afford legal services, and it's really bad. And the legal aid that is available for the poor, most of the times, it's not so efficient.
So I always ask, who really owns your voice on social media? Is it those people or the government? I usually ask that question.
Okay. So of course now, you're the one that owns your voice, because you're the one that owns the social media accounts. The government does not tweet for you. The government does not post for you. It's actually you that owns your voice. The only thing is that the government is there to regulate the use of your voice. You understand? There's a difference. You own the voice, the government regulates it. That is why they always say there's freedom of speech, but freedom after speech is not guaranteed.
Yeah.
So of course you own your voice. You can say anything you like, you can do anything you like. But that's when the government can now come in to regulate, did you use your voice rightly or not? And they'll come in. So I believe every individual owns their voice.
So I always ask, should fake news be criminalized, or does that give too much power to the authority to decide what is true?
If fake news is being criminalized, then people will be arrested every day. The prisons will
be flooded,
will be congested. So it will be a lot. And how will you regulate which is fake? Or especially on social media, fake news are everywhere. So if you're actually criminalizing it, then prison will be full. Facebook, Twitter, everywhere, fake news. So I don't think fake news should be criminalized. What of course should be criminalized is of course defamatory statements that of course are really injurious or causes threats to life, and or those type of, when you bring a fake news about threatening, maybe someone like threatening to kill another person, or those type of extreme type of course.
So I always ask, as it's area of concern for me, why are journalists, activists, and influencers frequently targeted under cyber crime provisions? Why are they always targeted? Why are they the head targets, most especially under cyber crime provisions?
The head targets?
Yeah, journalists, activists, influencers. Why are they always, the government in that provision always try to tame them? Why? Why is it so?
Because it's the government trying to tame their voice. Influencers are the voice, media are the voice. If I make a tweet on Twitter, I may not get up to even 10,000 views. But if an influencer makes a tweet, they can make up to 10 million views. So their voice is actually more powerful on the social media spaces. So that's why, of course, the government, that's why you could see someone tweet, I want to organize a protest, and the next minute threats all over their DM, and they will take down the tweet. So the reason why I believe they are the target is because they have a wilder reach. Their voice can influence other people to take action too. So it's more or less like the government trying to tame that voice.
So I would say there is always a silent surveillance for the activists, the influencers, the journalists. So if there's always a silent surveillance for us, you know, for us to speak, there's no need for us to be in that position. There should be, you know, provision guiding and protecting us against this, you know, because we are the voice. So we speak for the people. So when we are having a private or silent surveillance, you know, taming our movement, our speech, at that point, don't you think the provision should be accommodating at some point, you know, allowing us to, you know, spread our wings?
The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and the Constitution is already giving you that freedom to say, to associate with people. You can associate with people, express yourself together. When you associate with them, you come together, express yourself, your thoughts about the government and all. So, of course, the Constitution is supreme. So any other law, according to Section 1, Sub 3 of the Constitution, that is inconsistent with the Constitution, it's by virtue of, to the extent of its consistency, its inconsistency is void. So the Constitution has given you that provision and that freedom. So there's no other law that actually needs to step in. The only issue, it's of course, is the government. Same way you're trying to protect your voice, they're equally trying to protect themselves. It's just like then, in the university days, there's nothing the school management hated more than protest. They hated, it's better they will accede to your request than as a student leader. If you meet them, they will rather beg, let them accede to your request than for you to come out to protest, because they are trying to protect themselves. So that's equally what the government is trying to do. They're trying to protect themselves by using the little influence they have over people that can actually voice out. So there's no need for any law to step in. The Constitution is already there to step in. You get?
Okay, we'll be right back. We'll go on a short break.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Welcome back to Aneke TV, where we tell you what is happening, tell you what your right is in the society. Back to what we are saying about, you know, cybercrime and digital control and the battle over social media freedom in Nigeria. It leads me to frame this question to the social media policy analyst. You know, should global platforms like Facebook, X, TikTok, and others be held legally accountable within Nigeria for content moderation failures?
Yes, of course. They should. Because, for example, in the United Kingdom, the Online Safety Act focuses on these platforms. They are not so concerned about the citizens, unlike the Cybercrime Act in Nigeria. They are more focused on these platforms, ensuring that they regulate content, regulate harmful content, protects especially minors from some type of harmful content to them. So of course, why not? They should be held accountable, and I wonder why there's no much sufficient provision on that in Nigeria.
So, or does that risk forcing platform into over censorship to avoid liability?
No.
You think that they are actually trying to avoid liability when they are being censored at that point? You know, social media platforms like Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, if they're trying to, are they trying to avoid liability if they are being censored at that point?
Let me get you clear. The censor I'm talking about, I gave reference to the UK. It's not censor of freedom of speech. It's censor from protecting you from all this harmful content, from protecting you from online risks. Those are the type of provisions that are in place in the United Kingdom. So that's the censorship I'm talking about, not censorship of speech. So I don't know whether you mean.
No, that's the censorship I'm talking about.
Okay.
So do you think they are trying to avoid liability at some point?
No, this is not a case of, it's just like, for example, if I come into this studio, I can't operate the camera better than the people here.
Yeah.
So that's the same way. The government cannot regulate social media more than the owners of the platforms. That's why there are laws regulating the social media platforms to protect. It's not the government that will be regulating the type of content that will come on your feed. It's this social media platform. That's why, even especially in the UK, they are really high on age limit. If you're not up to 18, there are many contents which you can't
post.
And it's not the government that will be doing that. It's the owners of the platforms that only have the power to do that. So yes.
So let's come to the area of the enforcement agency or institution. Do you think how much of this debate is really about the law, or how much is about the trust in enforcement institutions like this?
Well, the law is there. The problem in Nigeria has always been enforcement, which it's a long-age problem. So most times it's because there are a lot of beautiful laws that have been passed in Nigeria. And as much as, of course, there are some very funny laws, but there are some good laws, but the enforcement.
No, sometimes, like, let me bring it down. Let's bring it home. Like, sometimes I see this enforcement, like something like the EFCC trying to regulate what we post, especially when there is mutilation of the currency. You know, do you think it's something like we should trust them on that part, that they are actually doing their job, or are they using it as a weapon against the public? Let me just use EFCC as a whole.
Flowing with your example, EFCC is the Economic and Financial Crime Commission. So of course, anything, the example you gave, it falls within their ambit. It's not the police that will come and start prosecuting you for economic crimes. The naira mutilation is a financial crime. So of course, yeah. So
like I always say, yeah. Like I would really lead to my question, because most times I always say these laws are for the rich. This protection are for the rich and not for the poor. And you see some, you know, some people that will do this and they will escape liabilities. But, you know, you see some people, rich people, you know, do this. The FCC are in, you know, trying to do like, I'm doing my job, I'm doing my job. Is it something that we should trust them at that point? Are you thinking that they are censored people for this liability, they are censored people for these crimes online? You know, you see some people spraying money, they will not go after them. But you see some particular, you know, celebrities, once you just throw money, the FCC is for you.
Yeah, so initially we said about the law not being accessible to the poor. But in this example you gave, these offenses are usually targeted towards the rich. They can't arrest a poor man. Which money can he spray? Even if
that's an insult. That's an insult to the poor man.
No. You always know, like, every shoe gets size now. So even if you have the money, you come in an occasion, you just give it to the person. You'll not be straying money like. It's only a show off that happens when you are rich or acting to be rich. And so usually those crimes are usually targeted towards the rich. So in this instance, the poor actually are enjoying protection. And over to what you said, yeah, there's always selective justice in Nigeria. It's a notorious fact. So because there are some people that will do something, nothing, some other persons. It's how the system has been. It's, you know, this is a system of interest and who you know. So when the government wants to be against you, or where some forces want to be against you, they can use every means to get you. So it's something that actually happens.
So
but it does not dispute the fact that it's their role. This is what they are meant to do. But there's no equality in doing their job. They are after a few persons and neglect the other few. But it's within the ambit of their role.
That means we shouldn't trust them at that point. I would say lack of trust comes because there's no accountability when it's not an equal share justice. There's no accountability at that point.
In life, you can't trust anybody.
Yeah. So you should not trust them. You know, is that your fair judgment on this?
You can only trust them that they have been entrusted with these responsibilities, but you can't trust them to dispatch the responsibilities effectively.
So if I should go by your words, they are not compatibly accountable for their actions.
They are meant to be in a working government, they are meant to be accountable, but the reality is that nobody is accountable in Nigeria, which is very bad,
Okay, what lessons can Nigeria learn from countries that have implemented strict digital laws such as UK, India, or even parts of Europe?
Well, Nigeria and India, they are on the same pedestal.
How?
So the only viable lesson should be the United Kingdom. So like I said earlier about the Online Safety Act, I think it was recently in 2023 or so, it was enacted in the United Kingdom. So that law focuses on protecting the citizens. It focuses on regulating media, from the example I gave from the social media platforms, to protect the citizens against harmful messages, to censor like terrorism-related posts, and equally to protect all these like underaged, like children. They're actually very high on children protection. There are certain type of content which should not be in the feed of a child. That's why sometimes when you're signing up for all this Facebook and the rest, they'll ask for your age. If you're not up to 18 in some of all these countries, you can't be able to access platforms. And even if you are, there are certain contents which this law for this online safety, as to see how the name is very sweet, online safety, is here to make you safe, it's here to protect you. But here in Nigeria, we have a law that, in as much as it's here to protect crime, it equally persecutes the citizens. The law in UK, it's all about the system, protecting the digital space. But in Nigeria, it's protecting crime and persecuting. You can't find a law about defamation in the Online Safety Act. Like, if you say an offensive, like it's. So these are lessons that Nigeria should learn from this. That okay, the law, it's not just meant to persecute individuals for crimes. That's basically, even things like defamation is actually like a civil suit. So it's very funny that it's now being criminalized, and that's the easier route to things now, where on a normal it's meant to be a civil suit where you go to court, pay damages, but now if you say anything as it's a criminal offense, you can get arrested. So Nigeria should learn from the UK in the respect of using the law to protect, liaising with digital platforms to protect the citizens from certain types of harmful contents to them.
Now, when you talk about harmful content, now, we go into some app, or some people, children now can access some app, like from different countries with the use of VPN. Now, do you think them creating that VPN is an escape route towards, endangering lives again, or especially the young ones?
This is where like the law comes in, because on a normal, like when they banned Twitter, all of us had access to VPN, but in a normal country there should be a checkmate to prevent unauthorized access. Okay, so that should I don't think that is the case in Nigeria. So, but on a normal, once that protection comes in, it prevents any sort of access to all this harmful content of the social media. Even if you are a minor, you may not even be able to access social media in a working country.
So, like you will rightly say, children in Nigeria that access all this harmful content, pornography, and the rest, the government should do something, or should they just let it be?
Of course, the government should do something. It's actually in the Cybercrime Act, I think, Section 23 talks about child pornography. But this still goes to what I said earlier about enforcement. It's already in the law. The law is meant actually, because a child of 11 years already has access to phone, already watching porn and doing a whole lot of, even exposed to scams. So this is where enforcement comes in. That's why I gave an example and I said that Nigeria should borrow a leaf from the United Kingdom. Because the United Kingdom, their laws liaise with these platforms to ensure that even basic things like scams, all these scams contents, the platforms protect the children from those type of content.
Now, when you talk about scam, we see that scam is something that is every day in Nigeria, and we cannot, stop this. I don't think government. I think government are drifting from the things they are supposed to protect, and more concerned with defamation. Don't you think so?
Yeah, I agree, but I don't think it's like that of defamation. It's not necessarily the government. It's the private citizens. The all well-to-do private citizens, once they see a message that is injurious to them, it's them that will work with the police to arrest you. The law was just created to encompass both protection of cyber crimes and this type of defamation. But it's now the citizens that are actually abusing it, not necessarily the government. It's the citizens that are actually using, someone says this hurtful thing to me, immediately you carry police.
I think it's for the rich. Like that's why I said this cyber crime law is always a segmental something. For the poor, it's about I'm being scammed. For the rich, it's about I'm being defamed. So don't you think there should be a balance at this point?
Of course, naturally there should be actually a balance there. Of course, there should.
Well, it will lead me to my final question. It's truly possible for Nigeria to build a secure digital ecosystem without comparison with the very freedoms that makes space valuable in the first place. Is it possible for Nigeria to build a safe ecosystem where it's safe for them? To exercise their rights, have their own freedom, make the space very valuable, if a very valuable place to stay for people.
Yeah, of course, it's possible. It's possible, and I love the fact that the Section 24 I spoke about has been amended. So basic things like annoying messages, grossly offensive messages are not longer a ground to actually prosecute someone. So, but of course, there's still more to be done. There's still more to be done to make digital space all welcoming and all encompassing. So there's still a whole lot of work to be done, but there's still a whole lot.
Okay, thank you, Barrister Anayo Tochukwu, for giving us full insight on cyber crimes and how we could battle these and how we could get our social media freedom. And that is where we leave this conversation today. Our thanks to our guest for his insight. This remains a critical nation debate and one that will shape future Nigerian democracy, security and digital economy. Thank you for joining us on Aneke TV. We'll do this same time, same station. We love you.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, It is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Good day, viewers, and welcome to Aneke TV, where we bring you real voices from the streets. Today, we are focusing on the current situation in Nigeria, looking at how it affects everyday life, from economy and cost of living to security, transportation, and basic needs. We went out to hear directly from Nigerians about their experiences and opinions about the present state of the country. Let's hear what they have to say.
The situation currently in Nigeria is very demeaning and appalling, in the sense that as youths of this country, we sometimes wish that we are not born in this country. And me, as a person, a young graduate, graduating from school, now trying to start up life and facing the situation so hard, thinking of how to, cope along with the high cost of living, things in the stuffs in the market, high cost of transportation, a little distance from your place to another, you'll be paying a huge amount of money because of hike in fuel price and all of that. So it's actually draining us as youths, especially when we are unemployed, having nothing to do, and we are the little you're able to get from one menial job or the other, you are spending it as if like you are plugging the money from tree every day. So, but we thank God that at least we are surviving it. People who have been before us survived it, and we believe that Nigeria will soon become a better place to live. But at the same time, we as youths, we won't relent. We keep pushing and try to make things out of the little things we are doing to make things better in the country. So it's when you have something doing, you can actually, think of better things to, offer to the society. Because the situation in the country can actually frustrate you to do things which at the end of the day, the government will say, okay, the youth are not doing the right thing. You understand? But as much as we still have people thinking positively for the country, which I believe I myself am included. My goal for this country is that if I'm able to get my hands on things that I can, use and empower myself and empower others, I believe this country would be a better place for we, the youth, and every other person to, bank on at the end of the day.
The current state in Nigeria now is very difficult economically, and anyone with one wonders where they are, because anyone who has any the plight of the fellow human beings who is very vivid and visible. It's no more something someone can say is hidden. Now, coming to me personally, because of my own revolutionary orientation of things, I see this thing as a positive, because I feel like for a long time Nigeria has been bedeviled by complacency and apathy. So I feel like as things begin to tighten up in the country, is beginning to increase the consciousness of the people to get to the threshold it needs to get to for us to be able to take matters into our hands as the people and move to the next level. I feel like the future of Nigeria is very, very bright. I feel that because I know that normally as in Igbo parlance, they say Chukwujeku, which basically means dialectically, there are contradictions. Everything that you see is progressive and is moving us towards where we need to be going. Even the hardship that you have are for a reason. So I feel like in Nigeria right now, no matter how hard things are, is a step forward, because dialectics is not always a straight path. Sometimes it goes up, it goes down. So I feel like even though things are hard, is moving us forward to the threshold we need to get to before we can change our condition.
The current situation in Nigeria now is very, very bad. It's very, very bad. Like for instance now, for transport, like from here to Ababa, before is 200, but now it's 500. Do you see the difference? So for instance, like I'm into printing, the cost of the material that we are buying before is not what we are getting it now. So the whole thing is changed, everything changed, and everything is very, very bad. And when it comes to electricity, before light used to, but now there is no light. The way I'm seeing this country now, I don't think there is hope. Do you understand? I don't think there is hope. The whole thing now is kind of, the thing is like, kind of, we are just getting it as if it's our culture. So it's mastering us. So that's it.
Everything is hard. Like, that's the main point. In every aspect, monetary, lights, like everything. From my house to my workplace, the transport fare, feeding, Jesus Christ. My salary doesn't last up to 2 weeks.
Honestly, it's a terrible situation. I don't even know where to start because the thing affected the entire economy. I don't know. For instance, now, for the past 3 to 4 days, we've not gotten light. And you know, light is the major thing that helps in, a business, So as anything stands still, fuel also is the high increase. So the thing is affected, and once something like this started happening, it's affecting the entire economy. It's only God that can tell, because from the way I'm seeing it, I think it's like the thing is getting worse on a daily basis. It's getting worse. I'm not seeing unless by the intervention of God Almighty. But now, I don't think there's any hope for us now.
From the responses gathered, it is clear that Nigerians are facing a range of challenges in their daily lives, especially in areas of economy, transportation, and access to basic necessities. Despite these difficulties, many still express hope for improvement and a better future for the country. I am Sharon Uchi, Aneke TV.
TV. I'm Chukwuma, glad to have you join us. Headlines. Workers name Mba top governor, praise security, infrastructure and welfare reforms. President Tinubu urges Team Nigeria to rise to challenge in heats against Netherlands and the Jamaica encounter. Now the news and details. Operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency have dismantled multiple drug joints across the Federal Capital Territory, FCT Abuja, arresting 132 suspects in a 2-week coordinated operation. The exercise was carried out between April 11th and April 25th, 2026, following intelligence-led surveillance on identified drug hotspots. The joint operation involved the Directorate of Operations and General Investigations, DOKI, and the FCT Strategic Command. Raids were conducted in areas including Gwarimpa, Durunmi, Wuse, Garaki, Kubwa, Apo, Jabi, and surrounding satellite towns, where drug trafficking activities were uncovered. The agency recovered 220 kilograms of assorted illicit drugs, including cannabis, skunk, diazepam, tramadol, cocaine, methamphetamine, rofinol, ecstasy, and codeine syrup. Officials say some suspects resisted arrest in Durumi and Suleja axis but were overpowered without casualties. NDLA Chairman Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwal retired, commended the officers for their professionalism and directed that the operation model be extended nationwide to sustain pressure on drug cartels. The Nigerian Consulate in South Africa, in collaboration with the Nigerians in Diaspora Association, NICASA, has announced a free repatriation flight for Nigerians willing to return home amid rising violence and unrest targeting foreign nationals. NICASA President Frank Onyekwalo confirmed that many Nigerians have been forced to shut down businesses due to ongoing attacks and growing insecurity in several South African states. He said no structured support system currently exists for affected Nigerians, but the voluntary repatriation initiative is already recording high interest from those willing to return to Nigeria permanently. Reports indicate violent anti-foreigner protests in cities including Johannesburg, Pretoria, Durban, and KwaZulu-Natal, with shops looted and properties destroyed, leaving the Nigerian community on edge. Governor petermbah of Enugu State has been honored with 2 awards as the most labor-friendly governor and best-performing governor in Nigeria by organized labor unions during the 2026 Workers' Day celebration in Enugu. The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, and the Trade Union Congress, TUC, presented the award at Michael Okpara Square, where thousands of workers gathered to mark May Day and assess labor conditions across the state. Labour leaders praised the governor's security reforms, infrastructure development, and welfare policies, including the implementation of 80,000 naira minimum wage, pension reforms, and improved health care and education projects across the state. They also highlighted road construction, smart schools, transport reforms, and industrial investment as key achievements, describing the administration as worker-focused and development-driven. Labor unions in Enugu State have called on Governor petermbah to fully implement the approved 32,000 naira minimum pension and reverse the suspension of workers' leave allowances. The demand was made during the 2026 Workers' Day celebration by the Nigerian Labour Congress and TUC, who acknowledged ongoing reforms but insisted that pending approvals must be implemented without delay. Union leaders also called for payment of gratuity arrears, salary adjustments following the new wage structure, hazard allowances for health workers, and improved welfare packages across sectors. The state government, represented by Deputy Governor Ifeanyi Osai, assured workers that the administration remains committed to welfare reforms and would continue engaging labor unions on standing issues. Former Edo State Governor Professor Osihemen Osumbo has accused the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, of attempting to weaken and destroy opposition political parties in Nigeria. Speaking on Channels Television's Politics Today, Osumbo alleged that recent actions and political statements by government officials show a deliberate effort to undermine opposition structures. He also criticized comments reportedly made by the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, describing them as inappropriate and politically suggestive regarding opposition manipulation. Osumbo maintained that a strong opposition is essential for democracy, warning that weakening it could threaten political balance in the country. Former Labour Party presidential candidate peterobi and former Kano State Governor Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso are reportedly finalizing a political alliance ahead of the African Democratic Congress ADC presidential primary. Party sources say the agreement involves Kwankwaso emerging as Obi's running mate in a joint ticket aimed at consolidating northern and southern political blocs ahead of the 2027 general elections. The proposed arrangement is expected to position the duo against other aspirants, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi. Supporters of both politicians have described the alliance as a strategic move to strengthen the opposition and increase electoral competitiveness in 2027. The Anglican Diocese of Umuahia has rejected any attempt to suppress opposition voices and political alternatives ahead of 2027 general elections in Nigeria. The opposition was made known during the 11th Synod of the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion held in Umuahia, Abia State by Bishop Geoffrey Ibabuchi. The cleric urged electoral fairness, voter participation, and rejection of vote buying while calling on citizens to actively engage in the democratic process from ward to national level. He also expressed concern over insecurity, economic hardship, and electoral credibility while commending Abia State Governor Alex Oti for governance efforts in the state. Traditional rulers in Ohoho clan, Umuahia North local government area of Abia State, have called for strict adherence to existing political rotation agreements in the Iguano-Umuahia Federal Constituency. The monarchs made the appeal during a meeting in Umuahia, warning that disregarding the arrangement could trigger political tension and communal conflict in the area. They insisted that the Ohoho clan should be allowed to complete its agreed tenure in the House of Representatives to maintain peace and fairness among the constituent communities. The traditional rulers urged political actors in Iguano, Umuahia North and Umuahia South to respect past agreements and prioritize stability over political ambition. This news on the hour coming to you live on Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Workers named Mbah top governor commend security, infrastructure and welfare reforms. Coming up shortly, President Tinubu urges Team Nigeria to rise to challenge in the heat against Netherlands and Jamaica in world relays. We'll be right back shortly.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Welcome back. Airpeace Limited has refuted claims circulating on social media alleging that it abandoned passengers at London Gatwick Airport following a flight disruption on May 1st, 2026. The airline described the reports as misleading and clarified that the incident was caused by a bird strike, which is classified as a safety-related aviation emergency. In a statement, the airline explained that the affected aircraft operating the Gatwick Lagos service was immediately grounded for mandatory safety inspection in line with international aviation standards. It stressed that safety considerations remain the top priority and no aircraft is operated without full technical clearance. Airpeace further noted that passengers were promptly informed of the cancellation by the flight captain and that immediate welfare arrangements were activated. The airline also said accommodation was secured at Hilton Hotel near London Gatwick for affected travelers. However, the airline acknowledged delays in transferring passengers from the airport to the hotel, attributing the challenge to airport congestion and delays in ground handling services responsible for baggage processing and logistics coordination. The Enugu State Waste Management Authority has commenced recruitment of recycle operators as part of efforts to improve waste collection and environmental sanitation across the state. The exercise is aimed at strengthening domestic and commercial waste evacuation services. According to the agency, the initiative will enhance door-to-door refuse collection in urban and rural communities, ensuring cleaner surroundings and improved public health standards across Enugu State. Applicants are required to possess relevant educational qualifications, a valid driver's license, and a proven experience in recycle operations. Officials say successful candidates will be deployed across designated waste collection routes. The authority explained that the program is part of the state government's broader environmental reform agenda designed to promote sustainable water management and a healthier living environment. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has charged Nigeria's relay team to deliver strong performances at the 8th World Athletics Relays Championship currently underway in Gaborone, Botswana. The competition features 743 athletes from 40 countries. The message of support was delivered by the Director General of the National Sports Commission, Bukola Olopade. On behalf of the president, he urged the athletes to compete with discipline, patriotism, and determination. Olopade noted the athletes remain one of Nigeria's most successful sports, adding that relay events are critical as they serve as qualifiers for global championships, including the World Athletics Championships. The Nigerian team is expected to compete in key events, including the mixed 4x400 meters relay heats scheduled for the opening day, where they will face top international competitors in the early rounds. Lagos businessman and socialite Emeka Okonkwo, popularly known as E-Money, has confirmed the cash reward of 50 million naira for comedian Katefe following his victory over entertainer Habib Okikiola, known as Portable, at the kiosk in the Ring 4 boxing event in Lagos. The event took place at Balmoral Hall, Federal Palace Hotel, Victoria Island, and featured celebrity board that attracted entertainment and sports enthusiasts. Katefe secured an unanimous decision victory after several rounds. The announcement was made during the post-event presentation, where Balmoral Group Promotion CEO Ezekiel Adam commended the fighters for their performance and entertainment value. E-Money, while presenting the reward, said the gesture was in fulfillment of a public promise, describing the event as a successful blend of sports and entertainment that met expectations. And finally, before we go on news, here is a recap of our top stories. Workers in Enugu State have honored Governor Petermbah as the most labor-friendly governor and best-performing governor in Nigeria. The recognition was jointly presented by the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, and the Trade Union Congress. TUC during the 2026 Workers' Day celebration held at Michael Okpara Square in Enugu. Labour leaders commended the administration's reforms in security, infrastructure development and workers' welfare, including improvements in salary structures, pension administration and public service delivery. President Bola Tinubu has charged Nigeria's national relay team to deliver strong performances at the 8th World Athletics Relays Championship in Gaborone, Botswana. The president's message, delivered by the Director General of the National Sports Commission, Malam Bukola Olubade, urged the athletes to compete with discipline, focus, and national pride as they face tough oppositions in the heat, including teams from the Netherlands and Jamaica. And that's the news. For more news and live updates, follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Iwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and acts as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where former structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security. By leveraging local knowledge and community networks, rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, Traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch. Every week only on Aneke TV.
Property with the hope of a state, of a country, and of course of a society that is absolutely free from insecurity. Thank you so much for being there. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, our Instagram, our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being there. May I introduce to you the special people I have on the studio today for this program? Of course, I have the Chief Security Officer, the Amalgamated Mmaku Neighborhood Watch, Izuchukwu Ande. And again, I have the Secretary General, the Amalgamated Mmaku Neighborhood Watch, Jacob Amechi Obasi. You are welcome on the show. I didn't forget, my name is Chukwamaka Obasi. All right, our topic for today is, of course, we are examining the Amalgamated Mmaku Neighborhood Watch. Let me start with you, CSO. I understand this amalgamation, maybe there are certain divides that make up the amalgamation.
Yes, there are certain divides that made up the amalgamation, Mmaku Neighborhood Watch. We have 3 autonomous communities in Mmaku. And those 3 autonomous communities, we have Makabo Autonomous Community, we have Agunese Autonomous Community, we have Makugu Autonomous Community. When it comes to Makabo Autonomous Community, you have 2 communities there that make up one autonomous community. When it comes to The other way, the other community, we have Otoku Mak community there. That Otoku Mak have like 5 kindreds over there, of which one of them is Ezobodo, Uhenye, Umabo, Umahago, and Umeze in Otogu. And those areas will have our gallant securities over there. When you come to here, you have representative there. Come to Ezobodo, the same thing. Come to Umabo, the same thing. We go to Efite community. We have a lot of our security men, gallant men over there also, representing well as well. When you come to Makugu, we have two communities over there again that make up the Makugu community. We have Enugu Mak. We have Ezoaham Mak in the same autonomous community. And all those places, all those communities now have our gallant men over there doing the necessary work they're supposed to be doing, making our community to move ahead. When you go to Agunese Mako, we have many communities also over there. And our gallant men are also being in the community again, protecting the life and property over there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Jacob, the Secretary General, yes. I understand your men are everywhere around your area, which is in Mako, exactly. And they are working. Exactly. Okay, which areas, like the boundary communities that you cover?
We cover many boundaries in the community because Mako have many boundaries with different communities. So we have a boundary with Achi, we have boundary with Eguachi, we have boundary with Nkwe, Mbudi, Ogu, Mbo, Nenwe, and the Ogugu. So all these places are boundaries, and we have our men mounted those places. And that is what gives us the opportunity to have a cordial relationship with the communities, with their neighborhood watch, so that if anything is coming from here, we can alert them as well, and we work together to fight all these insecurities in our community. And that is why Mako at large is a peaceful place right now.
Okay, the CSO, are you the only chief security officer for the whole autonomous community? I understand you have 3 autonomous communities.
Yeah.
In Mako as a whole. Are you the central chief security officer, or are there other CSOs in other?
Yeah, I'm the central Mako Amalgamated Neighborhood Watch Chairman. In Makabo, we have chairman. Because when you come to Makabo, there are those 2 communities that merge together to be one autonomous community. Each of them have neighborhood watch, and they have chairman. When you come to Makabo and Otoku, I happen to be the chairman of my community also. And when you go to Ifide, we have Innocent Udafo and CSO over there. They're also under me. Then when you go to Makugu, we have in Makugu, we have Enugu Mak, we have Ezua. When you go to Enugu Mak there, we have Chekubobas as a CSO of Enugu Mak community. Then to Ezua, we have Joseph Chukwude as CSO Ezua. Under the 2 autonomous community, we have different, we have two body there. And when we go to Egunese also, because they have only one community that make up the autonomous community there, we have Chukwu Vicent and CSO Agunese. So we have like 5 CSOs.
Other CSOs.
Yes.
That are under me.
Operating under me.
And they are number one.
Yes, number one there over there. Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you so much. May we know your duties, how you are able to control all of these people, maybe assigned duties, and what actually is your duty as the central or amalgamated CSO?
Yeah, thank you. My duty over there, I have a lot of duty I'm performing, and I'm doing it. Number one is that I make sure that everybody is on a duty post when it's necessary. And those our duty posts, the area covered, I make sure I always visit them, almost all the time. Make sure that everybody is doing what he's supposed to be doing, is in his duty post at the right time. And the other way around, I have my camera that I'm watching everybody. I have camera mounted in the community, and I mount some of my officers also moving around, checking everybody, and I make sure that the whole community is in peace. Make sure that all my men, all my gadget is working very well. And since we will start this work, things is moving well, and I make sure that the whole community is intact and everybody is accommodated. Both women and men and youth in the community, everybody is accommodated. So I make sure that everybody doing his duty.
Of course, they have to be accommodated in their own community, isn't it?
Exactly.
All right. Secretary General, how cooperative have these other officers been in the central leadership where you are the Secretary General?
They are so effective because as they are working, as gallant men working on ground, they are so effective in their works. You know, as the central, as they are amalgamated, they are watching over them because, you know, there are too many. But because of the division of labor, how we share the work, okay, these ones will be monitoring the people from these houses, and we have shifting. We can shift work anytime, any day to avoid foul play. You know, when you put somebody only one side all the time, there can be foul play. So because of that, we post and we repost. We have our roster. So as we share the job, we monitor those ones on the ground and make sure that they do their work effectively. And any help they need, we try to support.
Okay, do they cooperate each time you pass an order or an instruction? Exactly. Or how the duty will be?
They cooperate very well. They are so amazing. In short, they are law-abiding people. They are law-abiding people. They are so amazing. They work perfectly. The way you instruct them, that is how they will do it.
That is wonderful. Let me come back to you, CSO. May we know the numeric strength of your officers in all of these places? I understand Mako is a larger community. 3 autonomous communities inside, maybe with 3 traditional rulers inside. And how many officers do you have altogether?
When it comes
that are able to man all of these places and boundaries?
Thank you very much. When it comes to the number of our officers, we are up to 100. We are up to 100 officers. And those 100 officers, they are from different communities. When you come to Agunese, the guys over there will have their chairman, also have the government body over there, like governing the security over there too, not this amalgamated one. Then when you go to Otogu, the same thing happening there. So usually the same thing is happening there. So whenever we pass order, immediately we pass the order, it will take place at any time, at a given time. So they are all guys over there, they are very, very strong. They are doing their work perfectly.
Okay, I understand there are a smaller leadership in all of the autonomous communities.
Yes.
Okay, do you from time to time call all of them together and then maybe have a meeting or anything? How do you pass your instructions?
Yes, how I pass instructions is that we have a meeting. We have a meeting every. We have a meeting 2 times in a month. Second Saturday of the month and the last Saturday of the month, and the whole chairman of the community will be there. The other security chairman will be in the meeting. So any other will pass there, they will now go to community, that one, and pass the other 2 there. So that's what we're doing it.
Okay, up to roughly 100 officers thereabouts.
Yes.
But I can see this area from what you explained as a very wide area. How do you manage to cover all of these places with just 100 officers?
You know, these 100 officers is not those ones at the village level. These are the amalgamated members officers, these 100. When you come to the autonomous community, at least in Agunese, we have up to 70 gallant men on the ground, not among the amalgamated. If you come to Makubu, at least we have up to 50 men on the ground. Because in Ezio Hadia, we have about 25 men. In Enugu, we have about 25 men. Down to Makabo, the same way. In Ifite, we have about 26 men. Then in Otoku, we have about 27 men. making up to 53 gallant neighborhood members on the ground that are not among these 100 we are talking about. So these 100 are the ones we said, okay, we just pick them from each community. And from each community, I say, okay, these people, we supersede the work other ones are doing. So we are not saying that the 100 is just to cover everywhere, no. Because, you know, Mark is so large now for 100 men to cover it. So.
Okay, thank you so much. So let me come back to you. How do you arrange your duty, like your duty timetable, to be able to meet up?
Yeah, how we arrange it is that every weekend, we pass information through our gadgets and call the names of those people that are going to pick up that the work that day. In next week, we come on the register again. We announce the name that's going to take place on so and so places. So every weekend, we call names of those guys who are going to take their job.
Okay. You made mention of gadgets. You use gadgets?
We use gadgets, yes.
Okay. Secretary General, what are the gadgets you use?
Yes, we use gadgets. We use like this radio message. We have radio message, the one called walkie-talkie. We have it. Then we have other gadgets like other instruments we are using to work, like batting, cutlass, and motorbike, and all the rest of them. Let me just name just few. But even the way we communicate people, we bring out our roster every week, then we paste it at the community square, so that everybody from the community will check on his name and know when he has duty.
Okay.
So that is mostly the way we communicate, because if you check off the number of men that are working with us, not everybody as at now have the gadgets. So that is why when we bring out the roster, we paste it at the village square. Everybody will go there and check on his time duty, so that he will resume duty without hesitation. So that is how we
CSO, how do you procure all of this equipment you use? Or is it government that's helping you out?
No, it's not government that it's from the communities. It's from the communities that are providing it. It's not the government. From communities, from the stakeholders, and can be able to pick up those ones.
Okay, you mean stakeholders of the community?
Yes.
Provided all of these things, including motorbike?
Yes.
Including motorbike, including handcuff. At least we have handcuff, but you know we have only one. We are pleading to them to add more, because that one is not enough. So even our dressings, even our boots, the firearm, all these things are the community. They are the one sponsoring it for now.
Like how many motorbikes do you have to cover all of these areas?
We have only 3 for now. Only 3 motorbikes for now. So, but we are still pleading on them, at least to beg government to assist us, because we have been working tirelessly and to make sure that our community is at peace. And by His grace, everything is working according to the will. Because all this time, all this festive period and everything, everybody, all the people that came from abroad, from everywhere to the community, everybody lives happily without going to a hotel or without fearing that somebody will attack him or something of that nature. Then we are all living peacefully with everybody, because the men are on ground, working tirelessly. So if not, we are seeing a lot of insecurity. Many people cannot even go to their village again because of the level of insecurity. But because we are trying our possible best to make sure we secure life and properties of our people, so our place is at peace. So it makes everybody, give them joy. And that is why the stakeholders, they are trying their possible best to make sure that they sponsor us. But you know, without government help, the sponsor of the community will be limited because of their limited resources. So we are pleading that government even should come to our aid so that we can continue the work we have been doing.
You have repeated emphatically that government should come, government should do this, and then the community provided all of these things that you're using already.
Yes.
Who pays your salaries?
Nobody. Nobody pays us. We are working.
I don't get it. You said the community provided you with all of this equipment.
Yes.
Now, and you're pleading with the government maybe to add more to it. What about the salary, monthly salary?
That's what I'm saying. Nobody pays us. We are working it as in free, nobody.
Selfless service?
Selfless service, yes. Nobody pays us. That is why we are pleading for our stakeholders to beg government to at least to be giving us something, like those salaries we are talking about. Because all of us were married men. And we have children, we have our kids. So we need something to be at least making us happy so that the work will be more effectively.
As a matter of fact, you do.
Yes. So
you do.
So that is that.
Now, if you're doing this enormity of job without being paid salaries, supposing you are paid salaries today, one wonders how the job will look like.
The work will be so wonderful because everybody will be working. In short, we will put our blood in order to make sure that everybody is safe and the properties are safe. So, since we are working without salary, without payment, we are just doing it as freely. If they add anything, which means everything is over. So
I'm interested in knowing how you're managing. You mentioned that you are all married.
Yes, you're all married.
And maybe that means you have your families.
Aye.
How are you managing? Because you put more of your time in this job, apart from when you are not on duty. How are you managing, maybe for the upkeep of the family?
Okay, thank you. You know that's majority of us that is doing this this security work. Some of us have something we're doing, or have handworks. Sure, sir. So sometimes from our handwork, we try to keep our family busy somehow, not giving all the time to outside. Sometimes we manage through the work we are doing. Some of us have handwork. We are not just hanging around. Because if you don't have a handwork, this work are not busy to us. But when you have handwork, some things will be moving accordingly.
That is when you are not on duty,
yes,
you do the job you are doing.
Yes.
When you're on duty, you be on your duty post.
Yes.
That is wonderful. Then may I ask you this question, Secretary General? How much does the Enugu State government, like how much are they aware that you exist in your community, Marco?
Thank you. They are fully aware that we exist because they are the one that inaugurate us. They are the one that give us certificates. And they say that we should carry on with the duty. So they are fully aware. That is why we are still pleading. Since they know that we are here doing this job, at least they should help us fix our names somewhere so that at least for some things to be coming in, you know, that is why we are pleading that they should help us as they know that we are exist. Let them help us, at least put our name for payroll. From there, it will make the work easier for us.
Okay, thank you so much. I am very sure that the government is listening to you now, making all of this play to maybe come to your aid, and with this promise that you are going to do this job more effectively.
Yes, sir.
That is wonderful. If it's now you're joining us, thank you so much. This is Security Watch on Aneke TV. I'm here with the gallant man from Mako, Amalgamated Neighborhood Watch. Thank you so much. This is the Chief Security Officer, and I have the Secretary General. Let's continue. Okay, now that the stakeholders of the community, they have provided this much they have provided. What more do you need? I want you to mention all of the things you need now so that they know the ones they have provided and the ones you are asking for.
Okay. So from now, we still need more of the gadgets, walkie-talkie. We still need handcuff. For in case we caught all this hoodlum, we can handcuff them since we don't have a operational van for now. We can handcuff them before we take them to the police station. So we need even the operational van. We need it to make the work safer for us. And we need this motorbike as well.
More of it.
We will need more of it. We need firearm because you know this time, things, insecurity now, all those hoodlums, they are not going empty-handed. You can think of it in a situation where we have 100 gallant men and the only 2 have firearm. So we need more of this firearm. Then we need all these machetes, we need all this batting, we need that operational van, we need a handcuff, we need boots, safety boots. So all these things are the things we need. And as well, we need financial support, which we are saying they should add our name in a payroll. The one that will make us to be more happier. We are happy doing the job, but that one will make us to be more happier to continue the job. So we need all these things. If government can assist us on this, I think we are going to do better.
Like I said before, the government is hearing you now, and then the stakeholders of the Maka community is also hearing you now. And I just assure you that as God may have it, something different may happen in no distant time. Let's hear so. How grateful are you to the Maka community stakeholders that have provided all of these things? Maybe free hand for you to be able to secure the community.
Thank you. I'm so happy. I don't know where to start because they are marvelously. What they are doing in the community is what I don't know the adjective to use to qualify them. They are trying. So I'm just, all I have to say is that God will bless them whatever they are doing to get what they're supporting us with. God will surely bless them. And they are in and out to be blessed so that they will do more. Thank you.
So, General, are you adding your voice to what?
Yes, I'm adding my voice because our people are so wonderful. They have been there for us all the time. They have been there for us. So I am so grateful the way they are doing, how united they are. But especially one man, Ohamadike, at least who have helped us secure cameras and put in some areas, some strategic areas that make the work more easier for us.
Who is this Ohamadike?
Ohamadike is Chief Bob Ande from Makabo Autonomous Community, precisely Tokumak. You know, Mohago Tokumak.
Okay.
Yes.
God will bless him.
Thank you.
Exactly.
God will bless him and enable him to do more.
Exactly.
Thank you.
We'll give it to him. We'll say kudos.
Okay.
All right. How do you identify a criminal when you see one?
Thank you. We identify the criminal based on from his physical appearance. Because when you come to security work, immediately you saw a stranger in your community, you have to checkmate on him. Yeah, that's how we do our work. Immediately you saw a stranger,
you checkmate
on him. Checkmate, look where he's moving all about. Go to him direct, don't fear when you're in security. Identify yourself to him and ask him a question. From the way he answer your question, psychologically you know what he's up to.
So this tells me that to a reasonable extent, all of you have your psychological potential.
Yes,
exactly.
You as security officers.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, then after that, what next?
If he's a criminal, after interrogation, if we find out that he's a criminal, then we have nothing to do else than to take him to the nearest police station and hand him over to the government enforcement agents.
Okay.
So that is the next thing we do immediately we find out. So
I'm thinking that maybe you will need to catch somebody red-handed before you declare that person a criminal, or maybe hand him over to the police.
Well, we will not call him a criminal. We said he's a suspect because it's only courts that have the power to declare somebody criminal. But we know when you find out that you see a suspect, you hand him over to the law enforcement agents. then they should carry on the remaining investigation on the person.
Okay, how much do you work with the police around your area?
Police in our area, they are very, very effective. Immediately we pick up our call, our phone, and go to DPO. If it's necessary, he will send his boys immediately, without wasting time, without hesitating. They are trying very much to make sure they assist us, because we are assisting them also. They are trying. Even the DSS, even the National Drug Agency, they are trying to. The civil defense around there, they are trying to. Immediately we pick up our call and say, call the DPO or call the DSS, you send the boss without wasting time. So they are trying well. We give kudos to them.
So you mean you have their contacts?
Yes. Even the DPO, even the DSS, even the National Drug Agency will have the contacts. Maybe sometimes we'll have seminar with them.
Okay. Supposing a criminal proves stubborn before the police comes, how do you handle him or her?
If a suspect proves stubborn, we torture him small and handcuff him. Because if you don't torture him, he can injure you.
You give him a little torture?
Yes, just a little.
Just a little.
Not much. So.
Okay, let me come to the aspect of your training before you started doing this job you're doing. Did you receive any training?
Yes, of course.
How? And for how long?
We receive our training in a council, a local government area. 6 months. We trained 6 months. We trained 6 months, 6 good months.
Okay, before you continue with the level of training you received, thank you so much, our viewer, and thank you so much, my guest. We want to observe just a short break. We shall be right back. Please don't go away.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, back from the short break. It's still the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. I've been here with the gallant men from MACO, Amalgamated Security Watch, right? Neighborhood Watch. Thank you so much. This is the Chief Security Officer, Izuchukwu Ande. And I have Jacob Amechi Obasi, who is the Secretary General of the Amalgamated MACO Neighborhood Watch. Thank you so much. Before I went on the short break, you were talking about the level of training you received and then who trained you. Please continue from there.
Okay, thank you. The training we received training from different security agencies, like police involved, DSS is involved, the Navy is involved, the National Drug Agency, they are involved.
One day, or they come, each comes on a separate day?
They came, all of them are there. From one training to another. Because the civil defense will give you its own training, while the police will give you its own, while the army will give you its own, while the DSS will give you its own. There is different training entirely. So it's not it's not an easy training.
My question is, was it just a one-day training?
No, 6 months, 6 good months.
It's 6 good months, but they are coming every day. All these people are coming every day to give their training. So if the police give his own, he will step aside, then soldier will give their own, step aside, DSS and the civil defense and ndlea. So they are doing it every day, till that 6 months.
Every day till 6 months?
Yes.
That is actually wonderful. Okay, when you catch a criminal, how do you handle the situation, especially at night?
When you catch a criminal,
or a suspect.
A suspect at night. It's a suspect, not a criminal, because I'm not proving him a criminal. Well, I will handle him. You know what? It's all about when night If you cannot no longer move to station at that night, only handcuff the person. If the person proves stubbornness, will give him a little torture and handcuff the person, and the person will be with us until day breaks before we go to we get the person down to the police station. So that's how we handle him.
Okay, he stays with you till morning.
Till morning, yes. But we don't have any cell in the Magre.
Okay. Then when you hand the suspect over to the police, what next?
When we hand the suspect over to the police, police will not take charge and make sure they finish up their duty.
Okay.
Try it out.
Police will make sure that they prosecute the person, take him to the court, and make sure that the judgment was followed in due process. So.
All right, Secretary General, could you please share with us maybe your recent experience with a suspect?
Yes. My recent experience, our recent experience, not even only me, because only me cannot do the job. We have one suspect like that. The man said that he's from Ebonyi State, but he resides here in Enugu at Gariki. There were two. They called him to come for work, and after working for the building, he went back. Now later came to pick all the wires that they installed in the house. Later to draw the wire out again to go and sold it. So, and that was about 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon, in the broad daylight like this, where people cannot even suspect. So, and because our men are on ground, we got the information. Then, the moment we came, one escaped. Then we caught one. We tortured him and take him down to the police station. So, that makes us to know that not only people that are in the community can do something. People from outside can come and cause mayhem in the community and go. And we will be suspected, maybe
around.
Yes. So that one gives us another dimension of experience. So that is why we don't joke with a strange face in our community this time. And all these people coming for outside work, if you come outside work, we must make sure that we know where you are working and we know who bring you. Make sure that the moment you finish your job, you go.
You are going.
No time for you. If you finish your job, you are going. And if we are seeing you again, then we know what we do with you. We know that you have turned to another thing. So that is why we are working.
Since the man was an electrician.
Electrician. He came and installed the wires. Now he now came back after the man have paid him and go. The man go back to Lagos and he returned.
Okay, at the course of your training, were you permitted maybe to handle rifles?
Yes, we're permitted to be handling rifle, but you know that our permission has some extent.
Okay.
Because you know, rifle is, to handle rifle is not a joking matter. They are permitted us to be handling some rifle like pumping action, or then gun. Those pumping action from 3 feet down.
Okay.
Anything below 2 feet is not for us.
Okay.
So they
have their reason for that.
Yes, they have their reason for that. But when you have pump action, you cannot hide it in your body. But those small guns, we are not permitted to be using it. So they only give us that certificate of using pump action.
It's okay, that's cool. When you notice maybe vehicular movement in the night, what do you do?
What we do when we notice it, our work have limits. Only we watch them carefully. We don't attack them. We don't begin to search them. We watch them carefully and know if they are diverting to the village or they are just moving on the road alone. Then if they are diverting to the village, that is when we are going to interrogate them. But if you are moving on the road, we have no issue with them.
You're not permitted to stop them and search?
Because it's a federal road.
Okay. Okay. Now, in case anything happens at the course of your duty, do you have any other superior security agency to report to, or that watches your exercise apart from police? I understand a lot of them that you mentioned came to train you.
Yes.
And after that, which of them now is directly monitoring what you are doing?
Police is monitoring us also. Even DSS, precisely. They are there for us.
Okay.
They are the two major
enforcement agents.
Yes, that is with us.
Working with us. DSS and police.
Okay, now supposing police does not respond when you call them for any emergency, what do you do? From your training, what do you do?
We call DSS. We call DSS.
Okay. You call DSS?
Yes.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So you don't pack your eggs in one basket?
No.
If this doesn't work, this must work.
Exactly.
Okay. Have you ever tried maybe taking a suspect to the police with your motorbike?
Yes. We have tried it many times.
Many times.
Many times. Like the experience I share with you, we use our motorbike to transport the guy to the police. Because the police, when we call them, maybe they are not available at that moment. And we don't need to keep him because we don't have cell. Then we have to handcuff him and use motorbike to send him to the police.
I want you to be emphatic in talking to the government and the community leaders this time around, especially about the operational vehicle. It is very important because I wonder how you take a suspect in a motorbike. You can be injured because you don't know how deadly the person can be.
Yes.
So I want you to talk to the community leaders and then the government on the serious need of the operational vehicle.
Honestly, our community leaders, we need that operational vehicle. We need it, honestly. Even government, they should go and meet government because we know it's so costly. But they should go and meet government. With government help, they can easily purchase this for us. They should help us to get this operational van for easy movement and easy conveying a suspect to the police station to avoid somebody sustaining injury on the process of working for the community. So they should help us, please. We need it.
Okay. They have heard you. They have heard you. Then CSO, how happy are you working for your people in this capacity?
Thank you. Just as I said before, I'm short overjoyed working to my community because the community is for us. It's all of us. When all my community leaders and ESCOs are happy, I'm happy. Because what we are doing in the community is it's not a small business. We are doing, they say that security is everybody's business. But we took it upon ourselves, doing it happily, without looking at anybody, or giving us serious or something or not. We are doing it and we are glad doing it. And we plead to our stakeholders, they should continue their good work in the community so that we can enable us to put more effort on what we are doing. Thank you.
That's a good one. You made mention of catching someone who is a suspect and is not from your place.
Yes.
Have you ever had an experience of a suspect who is an insider?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we have had an experience who is an insider. But most of the time, their problem is that because they are insider, they will never believe that they did something until you prove them beyond reasonable doubt. So I know about one that surrendered a little boy with a gun and took his phone. And it was horrible then. It was very, very horrible. But we fished him out. We fished him out. We make sure that we get him wherever he is and take him to the police. And the police take care of him. Up till now, he's still, I think, at the old park.
Okay. Okay, you are doing a good job. Yes, I commend you for that. Okay, so what's your experience with all of these drug abusers? Now, don't you have such people in your place?
Why?
Have you been able, as neighborhood watch, maybe taking care of them or making sure that they don't exist there?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we have been doing that. We have been having intercontact with them so many occasions. There was a time when this blooming of 18 was in vogue in all the nation. It's a nationwide disease. Yeah, that time our people over there, it's not a small case. Yes, those days we need to get them. Sometimes you don't normally see the dealer. You can only catch the consumer. Okay. Yes, the consumer when he start misbehaving. Because after taking it, they will start misbehaving. You can see, sometimes ago when this blue is flying over the place, there was the one who apprehended in our side. Now he's taking it. After interrogation, tell us where he's getting it. And we went to the person and pick him up and give to the police agencies. And know the right thing to do, and then did it.
Okay. So you not only apprehend the users, you also go to the extent of apprehending the dealers.
The dealers.
Okay.
And the one we caught then, he was convicted. So we don't even bring them just to keep them. We plead with the police, say, okay, do the needful so that we can have a peaceful community. Because if you bring them to the police without following it up, if they should leave the person, they will become a threat in the community. So we plead them, and we thank our stakeholders who have been there for us, because they are the one, after we might send them to the police, they are the one that will take it up and say this person must be convicted.
Okay, there are some of them who are, you think, are still in your community now?
Now?
Yeah.
For now, because last time we had a meeting, there is a complaint that came to us that they're suspecting some movements from some areas, and we went there. And we later found out that nothing is happening there. Yes. So for now, all those the drug abusers, we're not seeing them anymore. They would have resigned or exiled himself from the community.
Okay.
Because our gallant men will not give any person any breathing space. They're all over the place.
That's very good of you.
Yeah.
That's very good. I must commend you for that. All right. What are the challenges you have encountered so far since you started this job?
Okay. Thank you so much. The challenges are numerous, but we can mention but only few. At least number one is mobility. Mobility is number one challenges we are having. We need operational van. We need more motorbike, so that if we heard that something is happening, we can easily convey ourselves to that scene. So that is number one. Two, we need more of the gadgets for communication purposes. Because not all the time you will get network, but through walkie-talkie, network is everywhere. So we need more of it. We need more of the firearm, because that one is the most among them, because without it, nobody fears you. That is only what they will see. They will say, oh, na security man, I beg, making carrying wahala they go. So, three, we need like machetes, batting, we need all these boots, and all the rest of them. And we still need government to put our name in a payroll.
You have said it before.
Yes,
and it's
one of the challenges we are having.
But you mentioned that you need more boots. All of you now that are there, you have boots. Now, or is it reserve you look for?
Torchlights. We need all these things, even torchlights. We need it. Because when you are using the torchlight, if they give you one today, that one will not last forever. Small time, you still need more. Small time, you still need more. So
the motorbike you're using, who fuels it?
We fuel it by ourselves. We do that by ourselves.
Okay, just like the Oliver Twist. you ask for some more.
Yes.
The community leaders
they do some more.
Of course, they have done very marvelously well.
Yes.
Because they provided you with the motorbike,
Yes.
provided you with the handcuff, the uniform,
Yes.
and all of the things you mentioned, walkie-talkie and the rest of them.
Yes. Exactly.
Very good. So I want you to take this time and say thank you so much for the community, to the community leaders and the stakeholders for doing this.
Okay.
Because when you say thank you so much for the one they have done, there's every tendency that they will do more.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you. Our community leaders, we thank you people. We thank you so much. We are happy for you people. We are so happy. And that is why we are doing the job happily. Because you people are so wonderful. You are so marvelous. You have been there for us. So we thank you people so much. Thank you much, 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 much. And we want some more. As Oliver Twist said, I need some more. Please. We thank you people. We are
so do you know that if government had stopped you from doing this job, you will not be doing it? So government gave you this opportunity, allowed you to operate. So I want you to also say thank you so much to the government, and then ask the government to provide you one of the things or some of the things you need.
Government of Enugu State.
Yes.
As a most government of Enugu State, I said that I'm glad using this opportunity to thank you for giving me this opportunity, giving us this opportunity to be part of paramilitary government forces. Because we are trying our best for giving us that opportunity. We'll beg you, we'll thank you, we'll beg you more to do more. Because we need a lot of them, we need a lot of things to make our work easier and to help us to provide some of them. We need more. We're having some already, but we need more. So that
the Secretary General said, especially the salaries.
Yes, thank you for that.
Okay, then how will you feel if you notice that henceforth your community becomes peaceful and crime-free? How will you feel?
I'll be the happiest person in earth, because it's what I pray for. Yes, I need my community to be chilled like ice water, so that the community name will not be flying anywhere. We will fly with a good name. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. God is your strength.
Yes, thanks.
And God will help you to achieve your aims.
Thanks.
Thank you so
okay, thank you so much, the Secretary General of the Amalgamated Neighborhood Watch.
Thank you so
Jacob
much.
Amechi Obasi, thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you also the Chief Security Officer, Izuchukwu, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Our viewer, thank you also for being there. We have discussed we have examined the Amalgamated Mako Neighborhood Watch, all the operations over there at Mako. Thank you so much for being part of this program. We're going to see you again. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. Do have a wonderful day ahead of you.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power, awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, You don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Please, we need some silence. Our leader is going to address the press. Please, just some few minutes. Thank you.
Distinguished members of the press, we welcome you. You have already had, we're going to have a DOT meeting on Sunday and next meeting on Monday. But most importantly today, the meeting has been told and has confirmed what our Constitution has provided. That in a case, particularly in the situation we are in, where the judgment, in an ordinary sense, will have said we were now without executive committee. Now, in situations like that, by our constitutional provision, the BOT will have to take over, and the BOT has taken over the affairs of the People's Democratic Party. And as a party that has always, since its inception in 1998, had always been concerned with the welfare and the security of Nigerians, we have taken the judgments from the Supreme Court as it should be. We are very happy that the Supreme Court has come clearly on this matter. And with the situation that we are in, it has already, the judgment has already, as you all know, I believe, dismissed the appeal filed by the Trakis, that is Tinubu Trakis, NWP, against the judgment of the Court of Appeal, which notified or nullified the elective national convention that was held in Ibadan, November 2025, and also dismissed the cross appeal by Senator Sam Anyanwu and his friend, seeking to overturn the judgment of the Court of Appeal, which upheld the suspension of A.K. Ajibade, Senator Anyanwu, and others. The interpretation of this judgment, therefore, clearly leaves the party without any recognized leadership, as both groups previously laying claims to the leadership have been divested and of all interest by this judgment. We cannot therefore, in good conscience, allow the party to become leaderless and rudderless and without direction. We have noted, and we have just informed you of the takeover of the leadership by the chairman of the Board of Trustees, Senator Adolphus Wabara. A move we are not opposed to, as we all collectively know that that is what the Constitution provides. So decisions will be taken by the BOT, as I've already informed you. There will be the meeting on Sunday of the BOT and the next meeting on Monday, and the affairs of the party will continue. But most importantly, we are also making sure that we reconcile with everybody that is part of this party. We want everybody who, for one reason or the other, had left the party to really come back into the fold, now that the situation has been sorted out. So therefore, We urge all our members to remain steadfast, trusting that we will take decisions in the best interest of the survival of our party, not as an addendum of the All Progressive Congress. We are not an extension of any party. We are the People's Democratic Party. We know that democracy thrives when there is a vibrant and capable opposition, which aligns with the wishes and interests of the people, not necessarily with the government. We are very stubborn, and we will do our best to ensure that the party not only survives, but that it presents people for elections in 2027. Soonest, we will, after extensive consultation with other members of the BOT who are not necessarily here, and other critical stakeholders, announce the action plan. We know that we don't have the time, but we will work assiduously to ensure that everybody who wants to contest under PDP is given that chance to do it. Therefore, all those who have given up, who have lost hope, Nigeria cannot be a one-party state. 240 million people cannot be subjected to a one-party state, and therefore PDP will fill in that gap. We are talking to all opposition leaders. Many of you are aware of our presence in Ibadan, and some of the decisions we have taken, we will also continue to see the implementation of the major part of the decision. Thank you very much.
Good evening, sir. Yes, my name is Abdurrahman Zakaria, I write for the Punch newspaper. Indeed, you said you all are very stubborn. And then, of course, this appears to be the house where the cat with 9 lives resides. Now, I want to ask, specifically, did the Supreme Court make any reference to the suspension of this other personnel you are relying on to assume or to conclude that there's a leadership vacuum in the party? Secondly, you announced that there's going to be Board of Trustee meetings on Sunday, right? Yes. I want to know where is the venue, because a particular group is currently occupying the Wadata Plaza now. And the last time the both group tried to occupy the structure, we know what played out. Where is the venue?
We are a law-abiding party. The CTC will come out by Monday, inshallah, and everybody will know the actual position. I know that there are confusionists that are giving some false information, but yes, the suspension of those principal officers that have galvanized the other section have been reaffirmed by the judgment. Therefore, every action taken by suspended people that have been reaffirmed by appeal court and reaffirmed by the Supreme Court, we believe they can understand that situation. Now, where is the venue? We're not going to start fighting people. I told you, now we want to reconcile with everybody. We are a family. We know that families usually may have some misunderstanding, but you don't just simply escalate the situation. For us now, we are going out of our way to ensure that all those who, for one reason or the other, feel aggrieved that their situation will be ameliorated and they will come back to the party. And we have no case with anybody. We have no case, we have no issue with anybody outside there. The Supreme Court, that is why in Hausa we say, that is Kotun Allah ya Isa. You can't go anywhere, you can report to God if you want, but at the end of it, the Supreme Court has spoken, and we will follow the processes to ensure that the PDP stands as one party.
the last lap of my question from my own end, sir. Aside this Supreme Court judgment, yes. I understand that the leadership of Tinubu also instituted quite a lot of other matters pending in the lower court. Yeah. Are they going to withdraw that one and focus on it?
The other lower court issues will be taken based on now that the foundation set by the Supreme Court. So we'll look at the issues and see whether we need to withdraw or we need to allow things to go the normal way.
All right.
Thank you very
much. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Patrick Lumumba stands as one of the most defining and debated figures in modern African political thought. His legacy, rooted in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, extends far beyond his brief time in office. It speaks to a deeper philosophical struggle, how to translate moral conviction into political reality in a world shaped by power, fragmentation, and external influence. At independence in 1960, Lumumba confronted the official narrative of empire presented by King Boswell of Belgium. In place of ceremonial praise, he offered historical truth centered on suffering, resistance, and dignity. His intervention was not only political, it was epistemological. He challenged who has the authority to define history itself. This commitment to truth defined his political philosophy. Lumumba believed that freedom without dignity was incomplete, and that independence without control over national destiny was an illusion. His vision was anchored in three core values: unity, sovereignty, and human dignity. In his conception, a nation was not merely a territorial state, but a moral project requiring collective consciousness. Yet, his leadership unfolded in a context shaped by the Cold War, where newly independent states became arenas of competing global interests. Internal divisions and external pressures quickly destabilized his government. Figures such as Mobutu Sese Seko would later reshape the political order that emerged from his instability. Lumumba's removal from power and subsequent killing in 1961 transformed him from a political leader into a symbolic figure of post-colonial consciousness. His legacy is not defined by longevity in office, but by intensity of vision. Lumumba belongs to a tradition of moral realism in politics, the belief that truth must be spoken even when it is politically costly. His life reflects a recurring tension in governance, the gap between ethical clarity and institutional capacity. He articulated a vision of African self-determination that was intellectually coherent but structurally vulnerable. From his legacy, several enduring principles emerged. First is the principle of moral integrity in leadership, that authority loses legitimacy when it abandons truth for convenience. Second is the necessity of institutional strength. Ideals requires systems capable of sustaining them beyond individual leaders. Third is the centrality of unity, not as rhetoric, but as a practical foundation for stability and development. Fourth is strategic sovereignty. Independence must be reinforced economically and institutionally, not only politically. Lumumba also exposes a deeper philosophical insight that leadership is not only the pursuit of power, but the management of vulnerability. His downfall illustrates how fragile vision becomes when it outspaces structure. Yet his legacy resists reduction to tragedy. It continues to function as a moral reference point in African and global political discourse. It represents a form of leadership that prioritizes conscience over convenience, even at great personal cost. In contemporary terms, Lumumba's relevance lies in the questions he leaves unreserved. How can states preserve integrity within a competitive global system? How can leaders maintain principle without losing stability? And how can nations transform independence into genuine self-determination? More than 6 decades later, Patrice Lumumba remains not only a historical figure, but a philosophical challenge to modern governance, a reminder that the measure of leadership is not only survival in power, but fidelity to the values that justify power itself. Echoes of the past.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news, we connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Leadership, in its deepest sense, is not the occupation of authority, but the assumption of moral weight. It is the invisible burden of choice, the negotiation between power and conscience, between what is possible and what is right. In every society, but especially in Nigeria's complex and evolving democracy, leadership becomes the mirror which a people either recognize their dignity or lose sight of it. Integrity, therefore, is not a decorated virtue attached to leadership. It is its very substance. It is the invisible thread that binds intention to action, promise to fulfillment, and power to responsibility. Without integrity, leadership becomes performance. With it, leadership becomes philosophy in motion. To speak of an egalitarian society is to speak of a moral imagination, a society where human worth is not negotiated by birth, geography, tribe, or privilege, but recognized as an inherent truth. Yet, such a society cannot exist in abstraction. It must be constructed through the ethical decisions of those entrusted with power. In this sense, integrity is not merely a personal virtue, it is a structural necessity. Nigeria, like many post-colonial societies, carries within it a tension between promise and practice. Its constitutional ideals often rise higher than its institutional realities, and in that gap between aspiration and execution, the question of integrity becomes unavoidable. For every broken system is first a broken commitment, every weakened institution a reflection of compromised truth. When leadership loses integrity, societies does not simply become inefficient, it becomes fragmented. Trust, once fractured, does not merely disappear, it recedes into cynicism. Citizens begin to expect failure as normality, and governance becomes a theater where hope is repeatedly rehearsed but rarely fulfilled. Yet, integrity in its truest philosophical sense is not merely the absence of corruption, it is the presence of coherence. It is the alignment of inner conviction with outer action. A leader of integrity does not simply avoid wrongdoing, they embody consistency in a world that constantly rewards compromise. In such coherence lies the foundation of equity, for inequality is not sustained only by economic imbalance, but by moral inconsistency, where rules apply differently depending on proximity to power. An egalitarian society demands more than equal laws, it demands equal moral application of those laws. This is only possible where integrity governs leadership. To build a society, institutions must outlive individuals, and principles must outweigh personalities. Yet, even institutions are also as strong as the moral will that animates them. Integrity, therefore, is not an abstract ideal suspended above realities. It is the force that determines whether systems remain hollow structures or become living instruments of justice. There is also a deeper philosophical truth. Societies do not collapse suddenly. They erode gradually through repeated exceptions to integrity. Each compromised decision becomes a precedent. Each silence in the face of wrongdoing becomes permission. Over time, what was once deviation becomes culture. And yet, integrity is never beyond recovery. It is continuously available as choice. It is the possibility of return. In leadership, it is the decision to be accountable even when no one is watching, to prioritize the public good even when private gain is easier, and to recognize that power is not ownership but stewardship. An egalitarian society, then, is not a distinction but a moral discipline. It is sustained not by slogans of unity, but by the daily ethical labor of those who govern and those who are governed. It requires a shared consciousness that justice is not automatic, it is maintained. In the end, integrity is the quiet architecture of trust, and trust is the foundation upon which societies either stand or collapse. Nigeria's future, that of any nation, will not be determined solely by the abundance of its resources, but by the depth of its moral seriousness. For leadership stripped to its essence, is not the exercise of power over others, but the faithful responsibility of power for others. And in that responsibility lies the possibility of a society where equity is not merely proclaimed, but lived silently, consistently, and justly.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Dear woman, this is a safe space to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asogwa. I am your companion on this journey of being a woman. Today we're talking about politics. Remember I told you that we're going to be having an episode dedicated to Nigerian politics. Today I'm sharing with you 5 reasons why you need to be actively involved or actively participate in the upcoming general elections. And I just don't mean at the federal level, even at the state level, you need to be active. Now, the number one reason why you need to be active in these upcoming elections is that you live in a country where our president has to borrow money from elsewhere in order for us to be able to build roads. Now, for us to have accessible roads in this country, we now need to borrow money elsewhere. As they would say in Pidgin, when matter reach like this, so water don't pass Gary. You don't need to be quiet any longer. You don't need to sit at the back. This is not the time for you to say, oh, I'm a Christian, oh, I'm a churchgoer. Even God wants you to be actively involved in politics. Oh, I'm a woman. Politics is not for women. It's a dirty game. That was before, not longer now. If we have to do something as basic as building roads and we need to go abroad in order to build this road, to get money to build this road, it means there's a problem in our economic system, in our management, in our disbursement. Why are we paying taxes? Why are we generating revenues if we don't know what that revenues is doing? I don't want to dabble too deep into this, but I just want to let you know that if you stay in a country and that country needs to go borrow elsewhere in order for them to do something as basic as building roads, and not just any country, Nigeria, that is supposed to be the giant of Africa, you cannot afford to be at the back burner. You cannot afford to be silent. You cannot afford to not use your PVC. You cannot afford to not join yourself in active conversations that are going on around politics, especially as a woman. You can no longer afford to do that. Now, this thing I just said, there is a headline on Punch on Aneke TV that reads, President Tinubu seeks $516 million global loan for Sokoto Badagry Highway. I'm not just making this up. Now, the second reason why you need to be actively involved in the upcoming elections is because you live in a country where a duly appointed minister cannot perform the core reason why he was elected or the core reason why he was appointed into that position. The reason why he's there, his ministry can no longer perform that thing. He apologizes to the country, and for penance, guess what he does? I'll tell you, he resigns in order to go contest for governorship elections. I'm talking about none other than the Minister for Power, which is Minister or former Minister Adebayo Adebalu. I hope, sir, I did not mispronounce your name. Now, I'm not exaggerating facts. I'm not lying about this. This is a news, and the headline is, I apologize. Power Minister begs Nigerians over outages 24th March 2026. This news is available on Punch News, BBC, The Cable, and more. And for the part where I said he decides to go contest for elections or contest for the Oyo State governorship elections, the headline reads, April 22nd, Adebayo resigns as power minister and indicates interest in the Oyo State governorship race, though his resignation takes effect from 30th April. This news is available on The Cable, Aneke TV, Premium Times Nigeria, Vanguard News, Daily Post Nigeria, and more. Somebody let me give this for example. You appoint a class monitor, and the class monitor cannot pull down the names of noisemakers, cannot see to it that there is chalk and there is duster in the class, does not see to it that the class is tidy, and this monitor, apologizes for what he has done, for his inability to manage the affairs and the activities of the class. And after apologizing in the classroom, as the case may be in the ministry, what he decides to do as a way of showing repentance or penance is to go a step higher and say, I want to be head boy of this whole school, and I want to be governor of your state. Where is it done? Where is it done? I ask again. You need to put yourself in order, and you need to make sure that you're actively participating, because if someone cannot perform the basic role that he or she is appointed for or appointed to see to it, how will that person now look after the affairs of a whole state? How will that person oversee the affairs of a whole state? I don't know if he can or if he cannot. I'm not here to judge his abilities or in his inabilities. But I'm telling you that if you are thinking of not participating in your upcoming elections, this is a major reason why you need to contest. You need to make sure that power is in the right hands so that we can get the positive change that we demand in this country. Now I'm going to read a couple of things to you, and I want you to follow me. Just be patient with me as we read on. Nigeria's ambassador designate to Algeria, Mohammed Mahamadou Lele, died in Ankara, Turkey. So he died in the early hours of April 19, 2026. This news is available on NTA Network News, is available on Punch, is available on The Sun Nigeria, Aneke TV, and more. And we also have Godiya Okashiki, who was the senator representing the Nasarawa North Senatorial District in Nasarawa State. He died on 31st December 2025 in India due to a prolonged illness. This news is available on Premium Times Nigeria, TVC Nigeria, and Wikipedia. We also have former governor of Ondo State, Rotimi Akeredolu, who died on December 27th, 2023 in a German hospital following a long battle with prostate cancer and leukemia. This news is available on Premium Times. Now, in all of these that I've read, there is a pattern here that I want you to take note. The pattern here is that these are all prominent Nigerian politicians who are office holders. They've passed on, God bless their soul. Another thing that they have in common is that they are all dead and they all died in foreign countries. They did not die in Nigeria. They all suffered from one illness or the other illness. I just did this research based on 2023 to 2026. But if you go further than that, you will realize that a lot of politicians in our country who are sick tend to get medical help from abroad, medical care from abroad, and some of them that have passed on, they died abroad. Why are they leaving our hospitals in Nigeria and going abroad to seek medical treatment? Why are they not getting the medical care and help that they need in Nigeria? Does it mean that we don't have qualified doctors in Nigeria? Does it mean that we don't have qualified government hospitals in Nigeria? The answer is that we have qualified doctors in Nigeria, but we do not have qualified government hospitals in Nigeria, because this is found in Punch, The Sun, where we see resident doctors going on strike because, according to them, the hospital system in Nigeria is no longer working. They don't have the right equipment, the right environment to cater to illnesses. And our politicians, of course, they are going abroad because they have the money to go abroad and get medical care. But you and I, do we have that money to go abroad and get medical care? I'm not going to push you for an answer. I'm just hoping that you have an answer. If you know that you don't have that money to go abroad and seek medical help or seek medical care when you are in need of it, you need to join, participate in the upcoming elections in your state, in your local government, in the place where you are resident. Even if, which I don't think there is any reason why, but even if you will not put your vote to good use, join conversations, talk about it, influence people positively to make the right decision. Even if you think that you have the money and that you are able to fly abroad or fly your family members abroad if they need medical care, I hope you know that sometimes medical emergencies happen, and when medical emergencies happen, you might not, even if you have the resources, it might not come in time for you to take that person abroad, and you now have to rely on hospitals in Nigeria. Are you going to have the courage, the mindset, the boldness to trust in the care that is being provided in Nigeria? If you cannot trust that care, please do well to participate. Fortunately, unfortunately, actually it's unfortunately, we live in a country where if you're in your home, you are in a school, you are in your church, you are even in the marketplace, you can get kidnapped. There is no longer a safe zone in Nigeria. There is no longer a safe haven in Nigeria. Whether you are in church, whether you are worshiping your God, you are in your mosque, you are in the school, you are in your house, you are not safe. You can be kidnapped at any time, any day. And I'll give you news where this has happened. Take your child to school and you are putting that child in the intimate hands of God, praying that that child goes to school and come back safely without being kidnapped. You are not safe in Nigeria. And this is the country where you want to stay in, and you want to stay in the shadows and not participate. Do you know that a woman's fate when kidnapped is worse than a man? Sometimes a man is killed immediately and their pain and their suffering is over. But you, the woman, you are the one that they are going to keep as their wives to birth more children for them. You are the one that they are going to keep to turn to house help and cook for people that they are going to be kidnapping and nurturing their sick. You also know that if your husband gets kidnapped, you are the one who is going to be left as a widow if that person is killed. You are the one who is going to be left to sell up everything that you have in this life in order to rescue that person. And if you rescue that person, you are starting from square one. A woman's fate is worse when she lands in the hands of kidnappers, especially if they are not asking for money, if they have other ulterior motives. Please, don't stay on the sideline. Don't say that this is a man's game. This is no longer a man's game. We have allowed politics to be a man's game for so long. It has not favored us. It will not favor us. It is time for us to take the bull by the horn and make this game ours. Coincidentally, we also live in a country where when terrorists are caught, they are often rehabilitated. Yes, when terrorists are caught, they are not, they don't go to court, get life imprisonment, get death sentences, get all those kind of punishments that we are accustomed to. Now, when our terrorists are caught, people they are rehabilitated. And when they are rehabilitated, they are done with their rehabilitation, they are put back into the society. And I don't know where the thinking is coming from. Okay, I've heard news where they say that the essence of doing this is to get information from them and to turn them to good citizens of Nigeria. Now, do they want to become good citizens of Nigeria? I don't know. But since this rehabilitation thing started, I know that we have more insecurity, we have more problems in Nigeria than good. So I don't know if it's working. But you see, if they are rehabilitating them and pushing them back to us, what of those that were not rehabilitated? What of those that went through the system? Because even when you meet drug users and they go through the rehabilitation process, we know that some drug users come back worse than they were when they go through rehabilitation. So how do we know for sure that these terrorists that went through rehabilitation process, that they are not even worse, that their heart is no longer, maybe before their heart was like wood, but now their heart is now like stone, and they are willing and ready to do more than they have ever done? How do we know that? We don't know. My dear, with these few reasons of mine, and I hope I was able to convince you and not confuse you that you can no longer sit at the sideline and judge by the side. You need to be actively involved in the general elections. Don't allow your vote to be bought with food. Not just food, but food that will not last you a month and it will be the end of it, and you will suffer for the next 4 years. Who knows? You might not even be alive to see the next election. God forbid. Yes, God forbid. But what if God does not forbid it? Over to our bowl of words. I know we didn't do it last time, but we have to, because this is a heated topic and we need to bring the temperature of the room down. I hope we bring something that, is occasion. I choose love over fear and acceptance over perfection. Yes, It's time for you to put your fear away and put the love you have for this country on the forefront of your heart. I know that somewhere in your heart, you actually love Nigeria and you love the country. It's time for you to bring that love out and show up and show out for this country. My name is Chidima Asogwa and this is Dear Woman. Dear Woman is available on Aneke TV every Wednesday and a replay on a Saturday. Love you. Bye.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
You're welcome, viewer, to your program, The Mysteries of Life. Today we want to discuss the issue of superstitions. We always wish one another luck. We always think of this and that. There are so many beliefs in life. And then, of course, our brother here, Mazi Gabriel Nemeka Anichukwu, has been a very superstitious character all these years, as you can even, confirm. So we want to look at superstition. What is a superstition? What role does it really actually play in life? The good, the bad, and the ugly.
Superstition is a very controversial phenomenon among humanity, because it thrives on strange but real events which human beings say they don't exist, yet they exist and we feel them. Superstition is belief and practices that cannot be analyzed objectively, standing on logic, tangible facts, and evidence or sound judgment. That is a phenomenon that lacks. It cannot be approached, addressed objectively using verified standards. For instance, superstition is you believe that if you do not say rosary, for instance.
Are you looking for my trouble?
No, I know.
Don't even go there.
I don't know.
Don't go.
For instance.
Don't use my rosary now.
It's a belief. It's beliefs, practices that we have in our cultural milieu, in a cultural setting, that cannot be proven through critical thinking or rational thinking or reasoning. Yet, they shape our values.
Thank you. I want to say, I like what you have just said, the shaping of values. And I want to use one. Because Africa, those who travel abroad, they always accuse people of being superstitious. But I have also seen that, in my little study, I found out that the white man is even more superstitious than the black man. Because he believes in that Friday the 13th of every month, is regarded as an unlucky day. That broken mirrors have their own. That black cats have their own. That knocking on wood, has its own. That spilling salt has its own. There are so many. In fact, there are more superstitions in the Western world than in the whole of Africa. But one of them that I wanted to look at, because we are looking at the good, the bad. We look at the good ones. If you hit one particular leg against anything, then you could say a good thing is coming. If your finger starts itching you, you could say, money is coming.
Good omen.
Yeah, that's ego nabata. Now, but this idea of what people is in superstition. Now, what people is in first. What was the problem? Why were they doing that? Or why were they? You know what follows it. Similar to Ipoezenu, that child is thrown into the evil forest.
You know that our forefathers, we are less facetious because of scientific research, social and scientific research that thrives in our modern era. But I'm not saying actually that totally what they believed that time we are false, because they still believed it. It happens according to that they believe. For example, it said Obanje. Obanje, what if we say?
Obanje, what is this Obanje?
Obanje is Yoruba call it Abiku. A child that comes and goes, reincarnates and incarnates and reincarnates to put the parents in perpetual suffering. Though sometimes those Obanje comes and goes based on the karma of the parents.
Okay.
Some Obanje phenomenon is linked to parental karmic consequences of their evil lives in their former world.
Wow.
Because nothing goes for nothing. There's no smoke without fire.
That means you believe in reincarnation.
Why? That that position is strange but real.
Okay, reincarnation.
Yeah.
So back to
what I'm saying.
Yes.
About the Ipuezenu.
Yes.
Is
now I want us to believe with Obanje, so that the people will be learning from what you are saying.
Obanje
is it not this SS problem that people came to call Obanje?
No, it's not.
Because I believe it is the SS.
Okay.
Sickle cell.
Do you know that in the olden days, they don't go to some of these. Most of them don't go to check blood.
I know blood group and all those.
But still, they give birth to children that are not seculars.
Yeah, but that was it. They call it Obanje. They were calling it Obanje because they were coming. But the issue was that the parents were never checked. Because we have this thing. We don't have that in abroad. In the white man's land, the Western world. This what do you call it? Sickle cell. Sickle cell. But we have it here now. Science has come. People have come to know about. That
after I believe that the DBA diagnosis through the crystal ball. To me, that if there is possibility of giving birth to a secular, that the gods, because when you touch that alpha means whenever you touch that horn or that's spiritual science, it will take your ancestors and gods of your land will speak. So when they are speaking, they are trying to embrace all that concern that marriage, that marriage between two persons. So they will tell you that this marriage will not work. They will not call about giving a child to that is a secular, but they said you are gods. The Alpha says this marriage between Mbeka and the Congo will not work. But asking the debate to explain the details, he might not, but that the gods and ancestors are speaking through the Alpha, this marriage will be a baradash. It don't work. It will lead into there is evil omen. That's what it is. So it means that time, that issues of secular or whatever, the gods also and ancestors who speak through the Alpha knew and will tell you, leave this person. You are not meant to marry this person.
Okay, but and they used to follow.
It was working for them.
The fortune tellers, they were doing their work.
Yes.
Now, this is about the Abiku thing or the Obanje thing, and we now know better today that it is not about. A number of things, but this, yes, you mentioned fortune tellers and crystal ball and all those, because this is also in the white man's land. In fact, fortune teller is not an Igbo word; it's an English word.
Exactly.
So divinations,
all
those things,
spiritism,
diviners. These things are not English. They are not Nigerian.
Because position is tied to magic.
It's not tied to magic, it's tied to something supernatural.
Yes.
Like if you wake up and your eyes are twitching like that, you say, hey, I'm not going to achieve it.
Even when I'm talking of superstition, for instance, whenever you come in contact with a sanctified abode, like the Blessed Sacrament, whenever you are going on a dangerous travel, you can go to adoration.
Yes.
Once you behold the blessed sacrament, that superstition means that you believed that this blessed sacrament fortified those who went into that dangerous journey in the past, and you're invoking St. John, St. Anthony, St. Mary. Let them come. It's all superstition, and because you know that religion is shrouded, is interwoven with superstition.
That's your own. Our own is not superstition. We believe. No, wait now. Don't worry.
Don't worry. Religion. Can you prove it scientifically?
What are people have been proving it scientifically now? Excuse me. Now, you see,
it's based on beliefs.
No, wait now.
Beliefs.
If you come to the Catholic Church, that's where you have monasteries, and they do all the science.
It was working. It's working.
They do. I'm not saying it's not working. I'm saying they do all the science before they come up. That's why before you make somebody, before somebody becomes a saint, is acknowledged the saint. There's a process.
But why hasn't many of our, like my grandfather Okeleki Goga.
That's not our discussion.
I
think you have just raised an issue. You have raised an issue for further discussion.
We pass him through the moral chronology and moral processes.
Yes.
To show that he never took anybody's wife.
One.
He lived. He never borrowed money, not give it to you. Good. He gave money, a kind of philanthropy. He lived a life.
He was charitable.
Charitable. He doesn't lie. He lives on honesty.
No. See, Mas.
So
the Bible is clear. Wait now. The Bible is clear.
But I'm telling you,
the Bible is clear. The Bible is clear about The Bible is clear. Listen now. I'm not trying to make a name now.
When you call him, he will answer.
You are now taking over. You are taking over my work. Let me tell you what I'm doing now. If you go to the Bible, you will see that when Jesus gave up the ghost, that the holy men that died in the past, they all rose.
Exactly.
No, so there are still saints, even in Africa. But incidentally, we have no scientific way of doing it because of proving those things. Why? Because an African man, like you just mentioned, wants to travel, and he believes that this journey is not for the faint-hearted or the weak. What does he do? He goes to the Blessed Sacrament, prays. He tells Nemeka and Ichuku, remember me in your prayer. He even gives Nemeka and Ichuku, when you go to the chapel, please use this one and to pray for me. Then he goes to the native doctor, please, I'm traveling, pray for me. Then he goes to, he meets a pastor, please pray for me. He meets a pastoress, please pray for me. At the end of the day, he doesn't know where the source is coming from. But the white man that lives in Santa Monica town or Rita town, she prays through Saint Rita. All of them. And when any good thing comes, he says it is
to him.
To Saint Rita, to Saint Jude, to Saint Anthony of Padua, to Saint Francis. But our own people, they don't attribute. So when you come, the proofs before you now go into their relics, it's complicated, because we have this multiplicity of our own belief system, which is what gives rise to what people now say we are superstition. We are not as superstitious as even the Europeans, but we are superstitious. But I want us to go back to this Ezenu business.
Ezenu,
yes,
is a phenomenon that are forever linked to evil things that is connected to their child. So, though Ezenu might be a kind of biological.
No, I'm happy that you are coming here because there's a biological aspect of it. Yes.
You know that not all of them should be biological. Though we have biological processes, analysis of it. But they believe based on happenings, based on chances, they have proven that most children that we are in potent evil.
That was their belief.
Yeah,
but it was bad. And it led to a lot of bad things. Because they threw them into the fruitful forest. They let them to die. Okay. Because, we can discuss positions until the end of the world. And we will not end. Because I just picked Ezenu. And then we can just pick equally these twins. A woman giving birth to twins or triplets. The children were allowed to die. These are the negative aspects of our superstition in those days. Yeah. Because of what you said. You said that they believe that those things portend evil. Because they couldn't understand it. But nature is complicated.
Yes.
That's why you could see a child that is a witch. A little child that is a witch. You could also see a child that is a saint.
Yeah.
A little child. The child is a saint. You could see a child that is a genius. Knowing more than the elders. Even before the age of Daniel.
It's true.
When Jesus came at the temple, he was 12. And he was teaching the teachers. That is infused knowledge. That is infused knowledge. So, and that infused knowledge sometimes confuses our people. You know, if there is atavism, you know, coming up of ancient, you know, characteristics upon somebody, people will now say it is evil. It may not be evil like you used to. It's not, it might be just that it's atavism, or that something just came up and the person has just grown. It's not just about growth, about physical growth. Some children that are 9 years today are by physical structures as old as people, women and men that are 20.
It's true.
So Ezenu could just be one of those aspects of nature, and then we kill the person. Just like today we enjoy twins. All of us are happy that we have twins, we have triplets, we have quadruplets, we have quintuplets, we have all those kind of plates, and everybody's happy. So these are the issues of some aspects of superstition that we are going to be looking at, so that people will follow us. So we'll take our little time, come back, and then complete this particular discussion.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
So now, having looked at some of this, you know, because we have so much of superstitions. Like if I have, you know, I have here, they say bad luck omens. Bad luck omens. They say breaking a mirror is thought to cause 7 years of bad luck. That is in the white man's land, though.
They don't believe.
But when people come here, they say our people are very superstitious. We are not half as their.
Yes.
No, check. You know, even this people, this Artemis 2. Artemis 2 has a place. In fact, all their spacecrafts, they have a place they take off.
Okay. To ensure safety.
And they have a place they land.
To ensure safety.
Yes. And there are things that they are going to check, and they will say you cannot fly now. Okay. Not just the one that you are seeing, you know.
Yeah.
There are things that they are going. They will say
into the mysteries of life.
Yes. They will say you are not taking off today. In fact, we are going to suspend this takeoff until we are ready.
Just for instance, in our own environment, whenever somebody uses left hand to give you something,
that is because
you say, no, I cannot accept it. Even if it's giving you 100 million naira, say, no. You turn it to right hand.
So some people will tell you, give me my money. If it's my left hand, give it. If my money is my money, give my money with your left. My left.
No, whenever they you give to them through the left hand, there is a kind of ritual to go and perform.
I know.
They will go and sanctify that money that you give them
with the left hand. Yes.
So make it holy.
To make it
and will be fruitful.
Yes.
Because they believe that if you do not go to a kind of transforming it to good omen, it will result into evil.
Thank you. So there are so many of them, and why we are talking about it now is because many people think that being superstitious is peculiar to Africa. No. It is not. Yeah. Because we don't have all the time. Because if you had all the time, you would see that there are so many superstitions, so many of them in the Western world. There are ones that are general, you know, then that, you know, black cats, knocking on wood, spilling salt, umbrella indoors, walking under a ladder, locking.
And for instance, even in our home,
yes.
in our environment here, whenever you go to a mortuary, said you have to knock at the door of the mortuary before you open that. Ask any mortician. any mortician will prove it, any strong mortician will prove it to you that they can't move into the mortuary. They keep those so-called dead corpses without knocking. They say that if you enter there without knocking, that some of them are naked. For instance, do you know that in the mortuary, that due to the spirits there, that some men meet women there?
I don't know now. What should I? How can I know?
Ask any mortician.
What should I?
Many things are happening in the mortician. That's why they said that if you enter there with, I'm talking from what the morticians have just said, those who are there and the old men. Say if you enter there without knocking, they will attack you. Because just like when you enter into my room now, maybe I'm naked, maybe I'm not well prepared to receive somebody, I can say, why did you?
Yes, you react.
So they said that in the mortuary, those people, those corpses that were called there, they said they are not dead. They still operate like.
And we don't want to talk about these stories because there are so many such stories.
Like there's a mortuary at Anambra. Somebody said that somebody from that mortuary left that mortuary to drink at a nearby restaurant.
But I heard it was here in Enugu.
No. After drinking the bottles, it was proven. So when they say exposition, for instance, if you are moving the corpse of your father or mother or whoever or brother, you know that there's something that will happen, that it will not allow the people carrying that corpse to bring it down.
So we have always had so many stories. Like there's a story that is now trending around. The young man, the father died. But he was in America, and probably maybe because things were not going well. But maybe whether it was going well or not, the man felt that it wasn't good, that he should bury the father. He left the burial for the people on the ground here. On that night that the father was buried, he died equally.
Okay.
So and the people are now raising money to bring him home for burial.
Okay, this linking to superstition beliefs.
So people are now saying that it was possible that the father killed him. I said I don't know.
Look, linking it to what you said now.
Yes.
Looking at superstition. Do you know that in my town, no matter how born again you think you are, if your father has died or mother has died, you could not give your father a befitting burial with a cow, a fee, or this giving. That there's nothing will make you. When your mother-in-law, father-in-law dies, that we make your friend, you carry cow to attend the burial of that person. That if you do it, it's position.
It's not position. It's just that you don't give what you don't have.
No,
it's not position.
It's working.
It's working now because
it could not survive it.
No, it's because you don't give what you don't have.
That in my town,
it's not position. How can you give to that person?
In my town,
yes.
If is going on, if you have not
done that,
you don't dance it. When they want to beat, they beat that drum. They will announce if you have not done shift from this place. Because once you and they beat it just briefly because so that somebody who has
we're not coming.
From experiences, many have died in my town because they dance that
without knowing,
without giving
without knowing.
Or there's one that if your father is alive, you don't dance it in my town in Ekpa. So once you dance it, those who dance it died mysteriously. So that is position. When they say it's not something you can cover with the blood of Jesus Christ or grace of Jesus Christ. It's something that is real. That has happened often and time proven in my town. So come to tell me that when you have not given your father a 15 burial or your mother a 15 burial, you just because you are rich, you took a cow to attend somebody's burial. My child told me that her teacher said that 2 of her brothers died mysteriously. That they did not give a 15 burial to their father. That 2 of his brothers that were rich took cow and attended the burial ceremony of their friend. That 2 of his brothers died within 2 days. If I call that school at the end, you will know the school. Hey, I don't want to go to that.
No, we don't want to go there. But the point.
I'm telling you what my child, a child who has not an adult told me, say, Papa, Daddy, this is what our teacher told. Said, Daddy, is it real? I said, it's real. That this is what is happening in our own society. Said that before you give some and give breastfeeding burial to your father, with another person, you must do it for your father or your mother. Said that. So I was surprised when my child asked me that question.
You don't need to be surprised because you are Aneke.
No, the age of the child.
That's why we talk of. That's why I talked of. No, that's why I talked of Ezenu, because some of those things are things that are supposed to be, because if a child is precocious, this precocity, people also mix it up with, things that are supernatural and superstitious. No, those things are there.
Do you know that most of people who had some bad marriages or bad businesses, they had the premonition came, superstition, but they doubted.
That's premonition now.
Yes.
So are you going to call premonition superstition?
They are all superstition.
They are not superstition.
They are superstition.
Yeah? No, premonition is a gift.
I had a sign that I should not go and marry.
No, it was a sign now.
I don't go to marry this woman.
That sign.
Oh.
No.
I fed
Aneke, you are a man, and because you're a man, you are a god, you are a priest, yes. you are a king, gods. You are everything. You have a soul, you have a spirit, you have a body. Your spirit will tell you what to do. And if your spirit wants you, because the other thing that you are going to do, that you won't be getting all the voices, both the positive voice and negative voice, but you are going to know the one that is going to work. So that will also come, but you know where you're headed. That's why, like you said, when the person wants to travel to some places, the person goes to empower himself. Yeah. So because this journey is not for the faint-hearted. So I want to thank brother Aneke, who is doing well, helping us in regard to trying to understand someone. Life is very, very mysterious. Yeah. We are still waiting for the report from Artemis 2 astronauts. They have not given us the report because, something happened to me last time. I didn't know why I have 4 tanks. 4 tanks in my house. But the black tanks were always giving me clean water, and the other tanks were giving me their own kind of... No, that's transition. So I want to tell you what people think of this. It was the plumber that came and said, okay, I said, you cost it now. I said, so that other tank is yellow color, but if it is black, that the sunlight will not enter into it. So, and I was looking at that moon, because if you see the moon, there's a side that has light and the other side. I don't know whether they entered there. I don't know whether they didn't. But we are still waiting for their report. So having said that, life is mysterious, viewer. And you just handle the ones that you can handle and continue to pray to God for protection regarding the ones we cannot handle. So what's your last message for the listener?
My last concluding message is that whenever you get some strange signs, whenever you want to embark on certain issues in your life,
yes.
Sit back, use your intuition, ask your spirit and your God or God's ancestors, what are you going to do?
And they will always tell you what to do.
And you get it right.
Thank you. So with this, we continue looking at the mysteries of life. There are so many mysteries, and we hope that God will help us to continue to do our best at understanding as much as we are allowed to understand, So with this, we say we hope for the best for the future. Bye.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Aneke television. How I get one with the Father and I am what you how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Aneke television on the Melo, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our Pukon, the one Aneke television, the Akes, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help Nemelo, Yamela Madia, who me would have Nanka Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over soon. You better have you well,
Ndewo, afam bụ Mrs. Fidelia Okeke. Ana m azụ afịa na New Haven Market. Mụnwa bụ past woman leader, New Haven Market. Thank you.
Dịka isi anya n'ọnọdụ obodo anyị kịta, ndị ụfọdụ na-eti aja, ndị ụfọdụ si n'obodo bụ igwe. Ama m na nke gị ma obodo abụ igwe ka ọ dị gị mma n'arụ. Biko kee ka o si wee dị gị ọnọdụ obodo anyị kịta.
Na nke mbụ, ekene m niile na-agalụ His Excellency Barrister Peter Mbah bụ gọvanọ Enugu steeti. Ana m ekene ya maka ọlụ ọma ọ na-alụ n'Enugu steeti. Ọ bụrụ ma ọ na-alụ ọlụ, ọ na-alụ ọlụ n'Enugu steeti. And o melụ ka ife dịla anyị mfe n'Enugu steeti. Ekene dịlụ gọvanọ anyị wee na-asị ya lụlụ gaba ya deme.
Mana ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ na-eti mkpu si na ihe siri ike ịbata afịa tata ọ bụghị ihe igwe nye tata ka ọ ga-abịa ịbata echi, ọ bụghị ihe igwe nye ya ka ọ ga-abịa ịbata tata nke ka o si wee dị nwa na-azụ afịa.
Ihe ndị mmadụ na-ekwu bụ eziokwu, mana ị na-anya ọ bụrụ osiro n'aka gọvanọ Enugu steeti ya bụ mmiri si n'isi wee gbalụrụ na-agbadata, maka na ọ bụrụ ihe gọvanọ anyị ga-eme ka ọ dị mfe ọ ga-eme ya n'eke n'ụzọ ọ na-edozisili anyị. Malụkwa na mmalụ na ụzọ ndị ime obodo na-esi n'ime obodo bupụtala anyị nri. Ọ bụrụ na ụzọ adịrọ mma fama mbupụtala anyị nri. Ihe siri ike bụ eziokwu, o siri ike. Nri ọnụ, enwe ndị nri ọnụ na-anị, ekọnọmi dị bad. Mana kedu ihe anyị ga-eme? Ọ bụrụ ihe anyị ga-akwụsị ozugbo, mana ọ ihe anyị ga-eji nwayọọ wee malụ ka anyị ga-esi wee na-arazie. Abịakwuonu na-ekwuzienu fuel, a na-agazi aga na fuel. And ịma na fuel bụ ihe moto ji aga, and without transportation o nwere ihe ga na-aga aga n'obodo. Maka na moto a ka mmadụ ga-abanye jee mkpa ya, moto a ka a ga-eji si ebe ọbụla bute ihe a na-ele. Anyị nwa na-ego ewurukwa moto jekwa bute tinye na shop anyị. Mana kịta ọ na-afịazi arụ maka na gịnị? Fuel agalaga ọnụ. Fuel agalala ọnụ bịa mee ihe niile tinye ego. Nke ị na-ego bụ 500 maka na fuel agalaga ọnụ, ije igwe ị na-egozi 1000. So nke a bụgodo a major problem issue of this fuel. Now ọzọ dịka ibia gị, enwekwa m aṅụrị nne ihe gọvanọ Mbah melụ nyaa, maka na nyaa nọsị ndị na-azụ afịa, ndị petty traders a nọcha n'ụzọ na-enwero shop na-azụ afịa na ha ma na-akwụzi tax n'Enugu steeti. Ọ bụ ezigbo ihe magburu onwe ya, maka na ndị a na-azụ afịa tebụl olo anyị na-akpọ ha petty traders maka income, obele income ha ji azụ ya, ha nwere shop. So nke a nwe loan bụkwa ọdịmma nke. Then ọzọ dịka ibia bụrụkwa inekwa anyị ihe na-eme n'obodo kịta. Insecurity dị ebe niile. O mezele ndị mmadụ adịghị ejezi farm. Onye na-eje farm ọchịli uche n'aka, ọtụtụ ka a na-egbu na farm. Ada harvest zi lee Easter agbacha kịta, ama m ego na igolo ọkụkọ, ama m ego na igolo green pepper anyị na-ego bụ 500 200 na nke nwe ibukazi ibu igo ya 1000 mana igochala ya 3000 4000 ọ bụrụ maka gịnị ihe na-eme n'ugwu Hausa onye debe arụ na o metụtara ya ọ na-emetụta everybody because ọ na-eme n'ugwu Hausa o deprive onye flow maka ndị ọrụ adị ndị na-akọ ugbo adị ejezi farm now anyị nwa na-ebudatalụ ya ebudatalụ nwa obere a ga-ebudatalụ anyị ọgala ọnụ a na-ekwuzi okwu anụ ihe dịka anụ efi a na-esi ugwu Hausa ebudatalụ anyị nke a nọzi n'enu ọjị mmadụ one ka na-ata anụ kịta no mmadụ one ka na-ata anụ
ofu onye si na onye nwere ego na
ehe so ịbịa n'anya itin zulo ebe niile as far as ị nọ na Nigeria ọ na-emetụta gị one way or the other.
ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ nwaanyị na-ene n'anyị anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ọ dị ka anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ka ọ na-emetụkeri n'ahụ ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ nwaanyị na-ene n'anyị ka ọ ga-esi gaa n'iru ọ dị mma.
Ndụmọdụ na-adụ nwaanyị ọbụla na-ekele mbụ onye ọbụla jiri nwayọọ ihe bịara abịa ga-ana ana maka na anyị tinyebe obi na ya anyị nwabụ ụmụ nwaanyị maka na anyị na-ebu afọ ime chia nwa ọ dafịa anyị ara BP set in a na-ekwu na BP set in stroke esoli ya so onye ọbụla jiri nwayọọ ịbụla onye na-azụ azụ ịzụta tinyekwala ya bụ profit mana emeni ya ka ọ bịa fịabazie onye ga-ego arụ gị na ngwa afịa nwa the end of the day adọlụ so ka onye ọbụla nyere ibe ya aka ma onye na-ele ma onye na-abịa ego ka anyị niile malụ na anyị bụ ofu. Yeah, thank you.
Afa m bụ Oriakụ Patience Ọkụ Adejeje mba 1 n'Isokom.
Adejeje mba 1
n'Isokom.
Enweghị otu. Daalụ rinne. Nkata anyị taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ịna-anya ihe na-eme n'obodo ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo sị gị state of the economy onye Igbo asị gị ọnọdụ obodo anyị a biko dịka onye na-azụ afịa anyị na-anya n'ihe ịkpọsacha dịka onye na-azụ afịa biko ka ị ga-esi wee kọwaa ọnọdụ obodo anyị ọ dị mma ka ọ dị njọ.
Daalụ na ajụjụ anyị jụrụ m dịka onye na-azụ afịa ọnọdụ akụnụba obodo a adịrọ mma chacha nke bụ na ọ na-emetụta anyị nwa bụ ndị afịa ọ na-emetụta anyị rinne maka na ine ka ọnọdụ si nọdụ ịya akpọsa ọ dịka o nwere onye ya ajụ gị ese na ajụrụ gị ese ma ọ bụ bịa gote gị a pụtara na ndị mmadụ achọrọ igolu gị nyaba afịa kama na onye pịa aka na akpịa ọ mara ma ọ ya batana na ọba afịa mmadụ kwebe ọnụ afịa ifuru na ọ na-emetụta anyị rinne
maka onye akpịa gwara eziokwu
ịpịa aka na akpa gị efu gbam ịpịa aka na akpa onwe ife dị na ya ịzọpụnụ njem bataba afịa bụ igote ife mana ọnọdụ akụnụba obodo anyị ya bụ ife fịara arụ rinne ọ fịara arụ onye nsogbu ihe na-akpagodi gị mkpa n'ụlọ inenesi echeki akpa gị ifu na o nwere ife dị na ya ịkado nọ na n'ụlọ mana ọ bụ na ịpị aka pịta asọmpi nwe ihe ịpịchapụta ịgbapụ ọsọ ọnya bụ na anyị nwa bụ ndị afịa ilebekwa n'afịa nwebe aṅụrị mana ọ na-enye nsogbu rinne
ịma ndị ụfọdụ pụta dịka onwe onye ọnọbiya onwe onye o dobere ute biya ma onye na-azụ azụ ma onye bịara ego onye ọbụla na-eti mkpu n'echiche nke gị ọ dịghị ka gịnị bụ ihe butere ajọ ọnọdụ anyị na-afụ n'obodo anyị kịta?
O nwerekwa onye ọ tọrọ ute na biya iche maka ama m na ka ọ dịbe oke bụ ka ọ dịbe ọgịnị maka gịnị ọrụ anyị pụtasị otu a ị na-akọ ka ọ dịbe gị na ana m akọkwa ka ọ dịbe m ifu na o nwere onye ọ tọrọ ute na biya na ya bụ ife na-agbacha onye ọbụla arụ o nwere onye ọ ka ala mma iche ịnebe anya n'obodo anyị kịta ọtụtụ ihe bụ ihe na mụ onwe m uche bụ ihe na-akpata nke mmakwa na ndị ọzọ na-ekwupụtakwa ihe gbasatalụ ọ dị m ka ya bụ mmiri o site n'isi mmiri wee gbalụtaba o wee na-emetụta onye ọbụla. Ị na-anya n'obodo anyị kịta ihe mmanụ eji anya ụgbọala fuel ga n'enu ọjị ọ bụ ọzọ mmadụ niile mgbe mbụ bụ ịpụta moto na-echikọrọ ibie mana kịta ọrụ inwe ya ego iji agbanye fuel wee bupụtebe ya n'ụzọ ị na-anya ife na ndị mmadụ paakịchazi moto fa were ụkwụ na-akụ ya mana ngwa ngwa anya bụ ego mmanụ afọ tinyere ego ife niile arịa n'enu ọjị ọ narazi ekwe mmetụta aka mmanụ ụgbọala so n'ihe butere ife esimike kachakwa n'ebe ndị afịa nọ.
Enebe anya ka o si aga n'echiche nke gị ọ dị gị ka ọ gịnị ka ọ ga-abịa eme ka ị ga-esi wee kwụọ onye okwu ka ihe ọ dị ka ọ ga-abịa eme ọnọdụ anyị dịtụma mma.
Ngọ nwanne m like metụrụ nke a aka ọtụtụ ihe ndị ọzọ dịkwa ma taksị asị anyị kwụọ asị ndị afịa niile kwụba ma ị kpọsara lee ma ị kpọsararị ịkwụọ taksị mana ekele dị Chineke aka m asịkwa onye sịrị anyị kwụba taksị a ya wetunata aka mana ana m anụ kepụ na gọvanọ Petermbah asịgo ndị na-akwa baro ma ọ bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ma ụmụ nwoke na-akpọsacha afịa tebụl n'ụzọ fapụsisi anya bụ ịkwụ taksị na-asọ ọ bụ na nke a bụ eziokwu na ekene dịrị gọvanọ anyị gọvanọ Ndụbụisimbah nke na-achị Enugu steeti mana o nwekwa ọtụtụ ife ndị ọzọ ha ga-enyere anyị aka maka ama m na o si n'isi dịka m kwuru na mbụ ọ bụ na gọvanọ ha ga-enyere anyị aka jọkwanụ onye isi ala ka ewetuo n'ọnụ fuel a maka eji m n'aka na ewetu ọnụ fuel ngala ọnụ ya na ọ ga ihe niile ga-agbadata maka na akpara aka ebe afọ onye ọbụla ndị ụgbọala dazi ekwezi ijegodo ime obodo igote ife ofu ife a ga-ebunu gị nata a ga-ebunu gị je eticha ego anwa o mezie ngwa afịa agala ọnụ n'ọnya bụ ihe nna ya.
Daalụrị nne dịka nwaanyị nọ n'ezinụlọ gee ndụmọdụ ị na-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị nọkwa n'ụfọdụ ọnọdụ a maka ọtụtụ ndị ka ọnọdụ a mebiri isi ya saa ọtụtụ ndị ka ha ma ha amaghị ojije na gee ndụmọdụ ị na-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị.
Ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m enwekwa m ndụmọdụ a bụ na anyị ga-enwe ndidi wetuo obi na Chinchi siri ụmụ ya na ife dị ọkụ ya emechaa ọjụọ oyi maka ekwenyere m n'ebe Chineke nọ na ife mfiamarụ ada adịgide aka ya eme Chineke emekwara anyị ebere ihe niile adajụ. Ọzọ bụ na ụmụ nwaanyị ha na-enwe ndidi anwa ewetuo obi baa na be gị ịma nwoke ịra menata onwe gị otu afọ izizi na-eche na mgbe gara aga n'iji okporoko jiri mkpụrụ azụ jiri crayfish jiri kanda na-esi ofe icheta na ọnọdụ agbanwego imenata iwefunata ụfọdụ na onwero ka iticha ha ncha o nwekwa ike ndị na-etiri ọkara ihe ahụ itinyere ofe ha atọkarịkwa nke gị so ineba anya ịpịakọnata nwa akpa gị oke ọra ka ọ ghara ife anya arụrụ nne ọnya ka ndụmọdụ na-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m.
Ọ bụrụ onye nwọsị na cut your clothes according to size. Ada
kọtụzi clothes kịta according to size. Nọ ine ka clothes gị ra ịkwalụ oke ọ ya akwatanwuru gị ọ bụrụ nke enu ka ọ ya clothes gị ya akwatanwuru gị ịkọtụ ịkwalụ enu rapụ nke mgbada ọ bụrụ nke mgbada ịkwa debe maka ịkọtụwa ka ịra akwa gị nwere ike ma ya ezu na gị arụ.
Daalụ ekene gị.
Afọ m bụ Sunday Nnaji onye Akịgbu Ugwu ụmụ atọgbọ ụmụ Akịgbu Ugwu nka n'elu so ọnọdụ anyị n'obodo a na maazị nkwue na ọ na-agba m anya mmiri because of na ihe ndị nna nna anyị na-anọghịzi ndụ fụchara ọ bụ na ha nọ kịta a ga-asị na ụwa emebigo na ọkụsọ na ọ bụghị ọjọọ ọnọdụ ha hụrụ ụwa ka ọ na-egosije so mana onye dị ndị anya ma njin ọsọ wee je gbuo owie n'ihe ọ na-ahụ nwakwa ma ihe dị kịta ike oshiri ọ bụ na otu a ka ochie mgbe nna nna anyị ha nọ many people ama nnọkwa ndụ na-ahụ ya na-eche na-ekiri ya ọchara akakọ maka tọnụkwa jekwa ihe ya hụkwado ọda side ka e were so ọ bụrụ ya na-ekwu ọ bụrụ ya tụbụrụ okwu so obodo a na-anọ dịka oshiri nke akpa chi na-asata a na-achị ka ọ dị mma ya na-ahụ abụ ka ọ na-adị njọ wee mgbe chi tatara achị na ọbịa achị ya nọchikịta chibụ anụ ọzọ chi na-efote ọ bụghị ihe na-ata ka ị na-ana echi many things story enweghị ọnọdụ weji sekuriti ọ bụ sekuriti ka a ga-ekwu echi weji ndị nchekwa ọtago ọsọsọ chukwu na-echechi mmadụ na ihe nchekwa niile na-agago ọtago onye ọzọ chukwu na-echekwa mmadụ chukwu na-echekwa ha mgbe a na-evuji mmadụ ka ahụ ọkụkọ bịa ovuru egbe mpụtakwa ovuru ọkụkọ ụta ka mmadụ si evujiri mmadụ ibe oweji n'ohodop ọsọ chineke eso okwe na-achite chi ga-eso okwe ụta ka ichi ndụ ya ndị nke n'ebe nke egbe akpọrọ ta isi so ọ bụzi ka ezi ebe nchekwa anyị wejiri ọ bụzi ndị ọchịchị anyị ka a na-enekwuchi anyị wezi nchekwa chukwu bihe na-echekwachi mmadụ ụmụ ogbenye kịta so ihe m nwere ike ikwu n'ọnọdụ a na-anọ for me ọ bịajugo nke ezinụlọ ọ bụ ya na-akwụ n'ụgwọ akwụ mgbe gara aga a na-akwụ kịta ọtago mgbe nke kịta anụnwa bụzi ọ kachi njọ ọtago tem na-agwụ na-adụ be ka abanye tem ọzọ ya chịrịpụta kwuturukwu ị ga na-akwụkọtakwa gbagogide ka ịkwụwuo ya ihe bet amandụ uju n'ukwu ọtago so wezi ebe ha si eme ka ọnọdụ a katara detawa mma ya na-eme ya eme ka ọ na-aka njọ everyday chichi na asaba ka ọ na-aka njọ ọtago so na aghọtaghị m isi ụwa anyị nọ kịta ọtago
daalụ rinne dịka nna nọ n'ezinụlọ kee ndụmọdụ ị na-adụ ndị nna ndị ọzọ na-afụkwa ọnọdụ anụnwa anyị nọ ya
ndị nna adịghị ma sista bụ na mmadụ achị na onye chi ya na-egbughe mmadụ ama mgbe and onye nke na-ezubeghekwe na amachi ka eje wuo because of nke eje tinye isi n'ụdọ wuo ọ ebe ọ ga-aka njọ na ọ bụ onye ọbụla enweghị okwukwe na Chineke na one na ọ ya adị mma ị gbawakwa mbọ na ọbụla ị ga-eri ugwu na-agba okwu na-agbachi ike na hopu Chukwu na ọ ya adị mma ọsọ ihe opu okwu mmadụ ibe na ọ ya adị mma ma sista onye kwere nkwa ike ịkwụchigodo nwa gị lele asị ga-agbarizi end of the day ọwụghị na ọ bụrụ ka ị gị numeri na ọka mma na ije gị n'ịtụkwasị Chukwu obi na Chukwu bụ ịma na ọbịa bihe ga-asọvọka the problem ihe a na-ekwu maka ọwụ ike iwe isi ọtago so my sister onweghị onye ọbụla makwa ka ọ ga-esiwe gwa onye nke ọ bụ ya na okwu ya gwa ya tụkwasị obi Chukwu na one day na ọ ya adị mma gbachiwe mbọ ọ na-agba ike ọsọfọ kwuru sọsọ ihe na-enye m obi ọcha na-ekwe m zer bụ na from ọchụrụ anyị nọ from agbamụmba ka ga-esiwe rift anyị up ebe a ga-esiwe vini anyị so onwe mgbe ọ chara na agbamụmba anyị ga-esi wee yekwa anyị anọda sọfa ọtago ọ sọsọ na-enye m ọgụ na ndụ a.
Aneke television heu agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu mma heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe ị na-agba nkwụ ị na-eme nkepụta nwa ị na-akwa ozu ị na-agba akwụkwọ bịawa na Aneke television bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma bịawa na Aneke television idume na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe ọ ga-arụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọwụsi nne ya mere ha ji wee weta
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles, such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world. In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.